That's watching from education. I welcome you, Minister, and invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you today.
Thank you. Do we refer to you as Chair, Madam Chair? Chair. Chair and committee members, I'm pleased to introduce officials from the Department of Education and Training who are appearing with me at today's hearing. We've got Susan Bowden, Chief Executive Officer, Paul Van Holsten, down the end, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Dheran Young, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Early Years and School Services, Tony Considine to my left, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Strategic and Business Services, and Jasmine Oldenhoven, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Minister. I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement, and I'll then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole-of-government budget and fiscal strategy-related questions before moving on to output-specific questions. I'll invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting to the end of the Shadow's questioning on the output. Minister, I invite you to make an opening statement regarding the Department of Education and Training.
Thank you. It's an honour to be here at my first estimates as the Minister for Education and Training, and our government is investing a record $1.55 billion in education and training. This includes $120 million for vocational training and higher education. The 2025-26 budget allocates $976.6 million for government education, an increase of $52.5 million to the prior year, and allocated $343.3 million for non-government education, an increase of $10.2 million to the prior year. The 2025-26 budget is an increase of $66.5 million compared to the 24-25 budget. This increase is primarily driven by additional NT and Commonwealth funding under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. The 2025-26 budget will support delivery of key government priorities, including creating pathways to employment, reforming secondary education, improving school attendance, expanding qualified school counsellors in schools, boosting literacy and numeracy, providing free swimming lessons for all primary school children, and keeping and attracting our teacher workforce. Demonstrating our government's commitment to training and higher education, the sector will receive a $10.2 million boost in this budget, bringing the total investment to $28.6 million to support apprenticeships and traineeships. Recognising the importance of students needing choice in their education journey, our government is pursuing an ambitious agenda aimed at specifically increasing youth participation in these career pathways. We are implementing the Skills NT Plan, which will support the vision of the NT's Economic Strategy 2025 by targeting energy, defence, agriculture, mining and tourism. Work is taking place with businesses, industry and the community to build the NT's workforce, including strengthening partnership between industry and schools. We are further supporting the creation of meaningful employment pathways through reforming secondary education to ensure all students can finish school and move to jobs and training. In urban areas, government schools are shifting away from middle schools, years 7 to 9, to comprehensive schools, years 7 to 12, to improve retention, year 12 completion and post-school outcomes. The department has been engaging with middle and senior school parents, student and staff across the Darwin, Palmerston and Alice Springs. The department has also engaged peak and representative bodies, conducting over 30 stakeholder consultation sessions across the NT. A staged transition is planned to begin from next year, 2026. After 8 years of Labor, school attendance levels hit record lows. The Northern Territory had 1,628 students who were on the intensive support roll, a list of students who haven't attended school for 20 days or more. This list was kept secret by Labor and used to try and make their school attendance figures look better. We took a plan to the election to raise school attendance and get kids back to school. Since the rollout of our school attendance officers, as of week 8, term 1, 2025, there are 1,164 students on the intensive support roll, a decrease of 464. Our government has a clear focus of getting children in school and holding parents accountable. This year, new legislation was introduced to support the important work of school attendance officers by enshrining their role in legislation. To support this, the 2025-26 budget includes $12.9 million to boost school attendance through the School Attendance Officer program, with the overarching goal to increase school attendance rates, protect vulnerable children from disengaging from our education system, and ensure that every child in the NT has access to the education they deserve. During Term 1, 2025, to support raising school attendance and holding parents accountable, school engagement and attendance officers conducted 2,597 compliance visits, with 1,539 of these having successful outcomes. Compliance visits focus on educating parents and families about the legal requirements to send children to school and are a primary step in holding parents accountable and the compliance process. During this period, 188 compliance notices and 26 infringement notices were issued to families of chronically disengaged children across the NT. In addition, 121 compliance and infringement notices were revoked, evidencing that compliance is working and families are responding. Students who have been absent for 20 or more consecutive days for unnotified or unacceptable absences are placed on the intensive support roll. These students are the priority cohort of school attendance officers. During Term 1, 2025, the number of students on the roll, which is going to be a different number to what I just said, just in case you're confused on the numbers, decreased by 273 when compared to the same period in 2024. This is further evidence that government's tough approach to holding parents to account is having an impact. In Term 1, 2025, as part of the department-led campaign to raise school attendance, staff from the department visited Katherine High School to engage with students and promote the importance and lifelong impact of attending school every day. This opportunity created positive connections, meaningful conversations with students, sharing information on the role of school attendants and engagement officers, and the work they do to support students, families and schools. A recent successful re-engagement is a Katherine High School student with chronic non-attendance who the team have worked with for more than a year. Through strong collaboration between the team, family and school, they were able to create a modified timetable, allowing flexibility for the student to build up their capacity to work towards attending school every day. Our government has committed to keeping students and teachers safe through the expansion of properly resourced counsellors based in schools. The 2025-26 budget provides $1.9 million to expand qualified school counsellors in schools. School counsellors have historically been qualified school social workers or psychologists who hold professional registration with the relevant professional board. There is a national skills shortage of these professionals. To strengthen service delivery, the department has been working with the Office of Commissioner for Public Employment to broaden school counsellor qualifications, redesigning existing roles, and have established a dedicated team of school counsellors based full-time in schools, supported by team leaders responsible for professional supervision and practice standards. From Semester 2, 2025, 10 school counsellors will be based in a designated school, with numbers of school-designated counsellors progressively increasing through to 2028. This will see more schools receiving a dedicated school-based counsellor over time. All schools will continue to receive wellbeing support and services, including student counselling from qualified social workers and psychologists through multidisciplinary support teams. For NT children to get the jobs of the future and be competitive, educational results must be improved. We have committed to getting back to basics by investing $14.23 million to boost literacy and numeracy in government schools. By launching the Boosting Literacy and Numeracy plan, we are helping every student to have the strongest start in life by investing in what matters most: foundational literacy and numeracy. The plan ensures there is an evidence-based approach to teaching that reflects how children learn best. The plan requires explicit instruction in reading and mathematics by providing teachers with guidance, resources and professional learning, ensuring all students learn foundational skills and helping students who need additional support. High-quality resources, professional learning and advice provided to our NT government school teachers will help reduce teacher workloads. Through this plan, every NT government school will embrace a consistent, evidence-based approach to explicit teaching, one that reflects how children learn best so that every learner can thrive and Territorians of all ages are learning the skills and developing capabilities to contribute to the Territory's economic and social future. Grey Primary School has a whole school focus on improving student reading through explicit teaching of phonics in the early years. Students are supported in their reading progress through high-quality teaching, a focus on understanding where each student is at and providing explicit teaching to support them to continue to develop their reading skills. Student progress is monitored and celebrated through a whole school data wall, with each student able to speak to how their reading is going and celebrate their growth. The status quo is not an option for our government when it comes to attracting and keeping teachers. That is why, before the election, we made a commitment by giving them financial security, moving them off short-term contracts into permanent places. Our commitment is to increase the permanent classroom teacher workforce to 75% by 2027, and we are well on the way to achieving this. As of now, 69% of classroom teachers are permanent employees, an increase of 6.7 points compared to the same time last year. The 2025 budget provides $13.84 million to attract and keep teachers in government schools and includes a focus on increasing the retention of teachers by moving them from short-term contracts into permanent places so they can put down roots in the NT. Increasing the safety and wellbeing of teaching staff is also a priority, with government introducing tougher penalties for assaults on teachers. For all primary school students, years 1 to 6 in government and non-government schools, we've committed $3 million in 2025 to fund free swimming and water safety lessons. This investment will ensure that all children learn essential life-changing swimming and water safety skills as part of their education and is part of the broader initiative to provide cost of living relief, reducing financial burden on families. 14 Swim and Survive providers are delivering these important lessons. We've done a lot in the almost 10 months of being in government. We are growing strong foundations and building strong outcomes for the future, and this is critical to ensure every child has a chance to get to school, learn and contribute to the Territory. I would like to say a sincere thank you to all the principals, teachers, educators and staff across every early years service and school throughout the Territory. Your dedication and tireless efforts are truly appreciated and make a huge difference in the lives of our children and young people. Thank you also to the staff in the Department of Education and Training for their support and hard work in preparing briefings for the estimates process, which has been a significant effort. I'm happy to now take questions, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions relating to the statement?
Sure, yes.
Member for Guyula.
Thank you. Minister, you spoke about classrooms, so I'm just wanting to get an understanding from you, given that you've made it or you've said it's a priority to get kids to school. How does the department or yourself justify the reduction of $8.7 million in the budget for the 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏 school?
Thank you for the question, and just while we go to that brief, this was something that, as you would know, being part of the previous government, we came into government last August with an $11 billion debt. There were many things that were already in train across the infrastructure projects, and that is something that you would have been well aware of, and there was, I note, 4 education ministers in your term of government.
Point of order, I'm not interested in how many ministers. I'm interested in, can you confirm that there's been an $8.7 million reduction in 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏 school?
Member for Guyula, allow the Minister to answer the question.
Well, she needs to do it then.
As this is the first question, I think you need to probably calm down a little bit. We've got plenty of time to get to the answer for your questions. And as I would continue to say, that that was actually a project that has been on the infrastructure project list for some time under your government, and you chose to not do anything with it. So with an $11 billion debt that we came into, there had to be some reprioritising for the 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏 school. And I had to break that news to the member for Berkeley. I can't even tell you how disappointed he was. But as the Education Minister, we've had to reprioritise that money because there is not enough money in the infrastructure budget to build already the things that were in train.
So, through the chair, Minister, I just want to correct you. You are misleading here. There was actually cash allocated towards that particular project that was in the last budget. So, are you able to confirm that you spoke to the member for Berkeley about it and that there has been a reprioritisation?
So, Madam Chair, there was a total of 5 Department of Education training projects that we have had to reprioritise because of lack of funding as the part of the 2025-26 budget process. Through this process, 16.7 million of projects that existed in 2024-25 have not been continued because there is not the funding to move forward.
So thank you. Through the chair, Minister, you've just said that there are a number of projects. Can you and let us know what those infrastructure projects are?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. The projects were the Yirrkala School, Ali Karung School, Yuendumu School, and the Energy Smart Schools program.
Thank you. So, Minister, the Treasurer, Bill Yan, was before us last week, and he said that the $3.1 million in Budget 24 for Yuendumu School was not an issue other than the design issues from the Department of Education. Is that correct?
So, in regards to Yuendumu School, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, Stage 2 of the project will not proceed under the reprioritised capital program. But there's 10.5 million Stage 2 upgrades of the Yuendumu School, which was intended to be funded to include the new bilingual resource development unit. So that's...
Yep. So, Minister, through the chair, the 3.1 is still occurring, but the Stage 2 is not. Is that correct?
That's correct. So Stage 1 project is still being negotiated, and there's an exterior company that they are negotiating with, being the Granites Mine affected area, to construct school prioritised components of the Yuendumu School Master Plan.
Right.
And it's following on from that, so the 3.84 million is still on the program for that Stage 1.
Great. And can you confirm that it is design issues from the Department of Education that has held up the project? That's what the Treasurer told us last week.
This funding is coming from the Granites Mine affected area Aboriginal Corporation, so that's not correct as far as I'm aware.
So is it the Treasurer got it wrong, or just he said that it was design issues from education?
I'm not sure, and I'm not going to verbal what the Treasurer said or didn't say, but it's contract negotiations through that the Granites Mine. And design issues with power and water.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, has there been a cut in the budget to Homeland Learning Centres?
Member 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, thank you for the question, and I'd like to just point out that we have not cut anything in the budget. We have reprioritised some things.
Which is a flash
but
word
we
for cut.
Have the reprioritising of some things. I'll just find my brief on that one. With the Homeland Learning Centres, member for Guyula is actually $11.7 million, which is actually an increase of $746,000. So I'm not sure where you thought that the money was not there. In 2024, there were 42 Homeland Learning Centres operating, managed by 8 schools, but there is no, in the 11.7 million is for that budget, which is actually an increase of 746,000.
So, Minister, is there a reprioritisation of any funding that is currently being delivered to a Homeland school or scheduled?
The only reprioritising for the Homeland Learning Centres is the reprioritisation, in the infrastructure program.
Which is, what's the value of that? No, I'm just making her work for it.
Do note, member for Guyula, I think you probably answered your own question before. Budget paper 4 allocated, it was the reprioritisation of the whole of government capital program, 3.39 million for Homeland Learning Centres.
Happy to rephrase that, Minister. Which Homeland Learning Centres or which locations are going to be reprioritised?
So I note that that was a question that you had on notice for the Minister for Infrastructure, correct?
Yeah, it's a question as well I'm asking now for some confirmation on.
The reprioritisation that is being is Bremer Island, Dambalia. That's the one that's actually been reprioritised at the moment, and Mankata.
So 3 locations? Or 2? 2, okay. And Minister, have you visited Homeland Learning Centres?
Yes, I have.
Which one?
No, I've actually, I've actually have visited remote schools, but not specifically a Homeland member for Guyula.
Okay. So you haven't visited a Homeland in the last 10 months for educational purposes?
I have visited many schools right across the territory: Darwin, Catherine, Tennant Creek, Alice Springs. I've been to Nullumboy. I've been to Shepparton College, Gallawinku. I've been to many schools, but not specifically a Homeland. No.
So,
Can
Minister,
I just intervene for a second? Can
Yeah,
I just
of
remind
course.
everybody to direct their questions through the chair?
Through the chair to the Minister, what Homelands Learning Centres are you going to visit to talk about the reprioritisation?
In due time, we'll get to Homeland Learning Centres. As you would know as a minister, it is very busy. It's not really relevant to what we are talking about here today. We're talking about the budget. And
Point of order.
I've actually been
we're
to
talking about
many.
homeland schools that you are reprioritised, it's very relevant. So, Minister, you've said you've visited remote schools. What remote schools are they?
I've been out to Nhulunbuy, I've been to Shepherdson College, I've been to Barunga, I've been to Manyalalook, I've been to Borroloola, but not specifically a homeland.
Okay. And have you been to a Central Australian remote school? Through the chair.
Not specifically a Central Australian remote school, and it's not relevant, Chair.
Point of order, how is it not relevant? You deliver the funding to remote schools, so you should understand the challenges that they're talking about. But never mind.
Member for Guyula, if we could just move on, just a reminder that
through
the
the
estimates
chair.
process
I'm
is to
ready.
discuss operational aspects from the department as well as financial aspects, so please keep on task.
Yeah, that's true. Point of order, though, Chair, being in those remote schools shouldn't be considered as not relevant. But I know that the member for Arnhem's got some follow-on questions.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just following on from the member for Guyula, the cuts that we've seen to remote school infrastructure just in these first couple of questions, 8.7 million, 3.1 million, 3.4 million, that's a total of 15.2 million, but it sounds like you haven't visited either of the schools that have the major cuts around school infrastructure. So will you make a commitment, Minister, to make sure that you are out there explaining to those schools, those staff, the students, the communities that are affected by literally millions of dollars worth of infrastructure cuts to their school, to explain the reason why your government are not supporting those upgrades?
Through the chair, thank you, member for Arnhem, for the Leader of the Opposition, for the question. We had plans to go to 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍 literally just a couple of weeks ago, but there was bad weather where all that rain was around. So, yes, I am committed to getting to schools right across the territory, whether they're remote, very remote, homelands or regional. As the Minister for Education, I'll be visiting, as many schools as I can. And so we did have plans to go there, but they just got aborted at the last moment.
Thank you. Through the chair, Minister, absolutely appreciate that weather does get in the way of bush travel. As a bush member, I can attest to that. Minister, was the member for Berkeley consulted with the cut to the 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍 school, something I know he's spoken about for many years in opposition, which is the reason why the former government did allocate the cash against the project of the 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍 school infrastructure, which was 8.7 million, which has been cut. Is that something that has been consulted with the member for Berkeley or conferred with the member for Berkeley, or is it something that you have made the decision without even visiting the school itself or with your colleague, the Minister for Minister Edgington?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. And I'd just like to say that I've had many conversations with Chris, the principal, actually at 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍. And these were all conversations that we have had as their cabinet discussions. They're certainly not easy discussions that we had to reprioritise some of that absolutely important funding, like 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍, for example. And as I've already stated, yes, the member for Berkeley was extremely disappointed, as was I, that that funding did not go ahead. But as I've also stated, coming to government last August, there was $11 billion of debt, and we did have to reprioritise some of that funding. And there was already projects that were, had to be finished. So it's not a priority this year, but it's not off the table altogether. So through further budget processes in the future, that the 𝙍𝙬𝙼𝙍 will be a priority.
Yeah, through the chair, Minister, you spoke about, just made a note here, about the energy Smart Schools program. But Minister, you signed off on the $2 million cut from the Energy Smart Schools program, which would have reduced operating costs to make schools more energy efficient and sustainable.
Sorry, is there a question?
Yeah, I'm
Member for
asking
Guyula?
her why she's done it.
Again, as I've explained, thank you, Member for Guyula, for the question. There are a lot of extremely difficult decisions that we had to make coming into government with the $11 billion debt that we were left by your government. And yeah, there were many very difficult decisions that we had to make of reprioritising.
Thank you. I just want to make the point as well, Minister, you're the government that's lifted the debt ceiling and brought further debt in. Through the chair, how many attendance officers are employed across the territory? Where are they and how much are they costing Territorians?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Guyula, for the question. 24 school attendance officer positions have been established within the department and 18 are filled with recruitment ongoing.
So the second part of that question is, where are they across the territory and how much are they costing Territorians?
There are 4 in the Barclay. Sorry, there's 5 in the Barclay, 8 in Big Rivers, 10 in Central, 7 in Darwin, 7 in East Arnhem, and 7 in Top End.
And again, how much is that costing Territorians through the chair?
That's at a cost of 21,702.
21 million?
21,007,002.
Thank you. So, Minister, you've taken a punitive approach to getting children and young people to school. What are you doing to underlie the underlying reasons that cause young children and young people to not come to school? So mental health services, unmet educational needs, poverty, bullying, family circumstances. You've spoken about this at length. How are you, as the Education Department, addressing or elevating these concerns?
Thank you, Member for Guyula. So, yes, our government came in with saying we would bring back school attendance officers, and we have done that. There has been, as we've heard, attendance officers right across the territory. Some of those conversations to getting kids back to school is through, programs like Clontarf, STARS. There are also lots of conversations that those engagement officers have with families out in communities, and to, have them understand the importance of their child getting to school. There are many schools across the territory that have, those ones coming off the intensive support to go to schools like Top End School of Flexible Learning. We have one in Katherine. There's the Juno Centre in Alice Springs. And there's also the Palmerston Youth Skills Centre in Darwin. And, through engagement through things like Youth Voice Peak as well. There is our government has a large focus on attendance, and we know that 58% of students and 85% of Indigenous students were failing literacy and numeracy before. And, with the Better Fairer Schools funding, schools also can play more of a part in attendance roles. And we know that, for children to have a bright future, they need to turn up to school every day. And, they can't be the next member for 𝙍𝙬 or the member for Mulga if they do not turn up to school every day. So they need to be educated to go into meaningful paths of employment, to boost their literacy and numeracy. It gives them a better economic and social future as well.
So, Minister, you've just been talking about attendance. So can you confirm that the statistics in Barkly from December 24 to January 28, there's actually been a decline in school attendance?
Can you just confirm you're talking about now, not January 28?
I'm asking you a question within the reporting period from term 4 in 2024, the Northern Territory Government schools by region, attendance and enrolment, average attendance and enrolment, the comparable data in then January, it is the attendance is lower in January than it was December. What? Well, do you want to say it louder so we can hear you, or?
So the most recent data that I have, member for 𝙍𝙬, is term 1 2024 showed 44.7% attendance, and term 1 2025 showed 45% attendance, which in actual fact is an extremely small increase, but an increase nonetheless.
Yeah, but,
and let's just
you're
keep
using,
in mind,
I didn't ask you that. I asked you from December 24 to January 25.
I'm not sure, Chair, if that's a trick question, because school finishes in December and doesn't start till the very end of January. So
I'm trying to paint the picture, Minister, why you would cut infrastructure funding to a school in Barkly when they have some of the lowest attendance rates in the Northern Territory, and we're trying to get kids to school.
we are actually getting kids to school right across the Territory, and as I've explained, I think in great length, member for 𝙍𝙬, there was some extremely difficult conversations that we had to have as a team and as a cabinet to work out where we were going to reprioritise funding.
Sure.
In actual fact, in the Barkly region, there has been a decrease of children off that intensive support role, which is children that have not been to school for 20 days or more, and there's been a considerable decrease to that role.
Right. So, Minister, what data are you keeping on families who've been subject to fines and attendance enforcements? Now, I acknowledge that you did speak about that in your opening statement, but I want to understand it a little bit more. How many have you issued that you have retracted? And of that nature, what is the proportionate balance of mothers and fathers or men and women?
Member for 𝙍𝙬, can you just restate the question, please?
Thank you. Minister, what data are you keeping on the families who've been subject to fines and attendance enforcement? How many families of children have disabilities? And I want to know, Minister, of the fines that have been issued, what is the proportion that have been issued to the females, the mothers, aunties or nanas, and the males.
So in regard to that, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙍, the department keeps regional data, but not specifically on what you're after.
So to be clear, the department keeps no data on whether they're issuing a fine to who they're issuing a fine to.
I'll just pass that to Dheran Young MLA, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Early Years and School Services, Education and Training.
Thank you for the question. Dheran Young MLA, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Early Years and School Services, Department of Education and Training. So the department does, on a daily basis, collect data in relation to the number of compliance action taken, one of which may be the issuing of infringement notices. We then also monitor parental response to the compliance action taken per interaction. So that's around seeing if the young person has returned to school, if they are enrolled. We do not report by gender or family as such. We also, while we have data that tells us who the enrolling parent is into our system, we have student engagement and attendance officers that are very connected on the ground in community and in schools, so they may understand who it is they need to be talking to, who the appropriate person is within the family as well.
So through the Chair, Minister, are you suggesting that a department is issuing infringements or enforcement notices and you can't tell the committee of those infringements that have required a fine to be paid, you can't tell us what proportion of those have been men or women?
The data is collected that they are families, but not specifically men or women. No, not to that extent.
Again, through the Chair, so the Department of Education cannot confirm when they're issuing infringements if they're issuing them in relation to a child, if it is a male or a female. So who are they issuing the fine to? They must know who they're issuing the fine to.
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍, I think you're repeating the same question. I believe the Minister has answered the question.
Well, I believe the Minister should be able to answer that herself, not you.
Excuse me, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍. I will put you on a warning if you don't start behaving through the Chair.
It is a simple question.
And she's answered the question. This is your warning.
So through the Chair, Minister.
So Chair, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍, the department collects data on who the fine is issued to, but not specifically whether they're men or women.
So you're unable to say whether it's a man or a woman.
Again, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍, I believe that they've answered the question.
Excuse me, I've not finished the questioning. So I can accept that that's the position that you're saying. You just issue the fines. You don't collect the data on whether it's a male or a female. Do you collect data on whether the child who is receiving the infringement has a disability?
As I've stated before, the specific data you are after is not recorded.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, what mechanisms, I get that the department said that they issue enforcement notices and that at times if they work with the family they can be retracted. So what number of enforcement actions have been issued versus the number that have then been enforced? So I get there's a part where you've said the department will take action, but if the remedy is done, they'll retract that. Do you have the data on what's been issued and what's had to be actioned or what's been rescinded?
You're talking about the revocation notices?
Yes.
So also, in regard to your previous question, it's by parental status, but in actual fact, AGD may hold more information through the fines recovery, which is
okay.
in regard to your last question.
Thank you.
In regard to the revocation of, so in compliance notices, there was 117 revoked, and in infringement notices, 4 revoked.
4.
And that's in term 1 of 2025.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, how many students have had a recommendation to be enrolled in the flexible learning options that are currently unable to access those options?
So, Member for Guyula, thank you for the question. In 2024, there was an average of 66 students enrolled at top-end flexi learning, excluding the Tivendale campus. At Catherine Flexible Learning Centre, there was 29 student enrolments. At the Juno Centre, there are a total of 25 enrolments. They actually, for the period 1st of July 24 to 31st of March 25, there were a total of 25 Tennant Creek High School students engaged in vet training at the Juno Centre, and 6 students have accessed Juno Centre through bail-supported accommodation program.
Thank you, Minister. And through the chair, just to confirm, did you say 2024 or they the 2025 numbers?
No, they were 2024.
Okay. And do you have the 2025 first term enrolment numbers?
Not in this reporting period, Member for Guyula.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine. Thank you. And Minister, through the chair, are you able to confirm, is there a waiting list for people? Because I obviously can acknowledge that these placements are restricted in nature because of the nature of the campuses where they are. Is there currently a wait list for kids to be taken in at these schools or this learning centre?
We're not aware of any wait list, Member for Guyula, but I do have the 2025 enrolments.
Thank you.
So at the top end school of flexible learning, there's 64. And the other ones are enrolled at the schools, so that's not dissected data.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So just to be clear, Minister, you're not aware of any wait list or demand pressures currently with that program?
No, not that we're aware of.
No worries. Thank you. Now, Minister, just wanting to understand within the budget that we're about to go into, what funding in that budget has been set aside to continue the remote Aboriginal teacher program, given that it is so critical to student engagement in remote communities?
So obviously we are in the department is extremely committed to increasing, developing and retaining the Aboriginal workforce in education, and we know that in remote and very remote areas they are extremely they are very imperative to learning of Aboriginal students. As part of the Northern Territory Government's commitment to attract and keep our teachers, the 2025-26 budget allocation for supporting growth of the department's Aboriginal workforce is $2.4 million and includes $1.96 million for remote Aboriginal teacher education, which is what you were talking about, $0.21 for Aboriginal teacher education scholarships, and $0.6 million for growing the Aboriginal workforce. 0.26. What did I? 0.26.
Okay, thank you.
So we as a government are committed to growing the Aboriginal workforce and also having Aboriginal teachers, whether they're team teaching out in bilingual schools or teaching themselves in schools right across in the very remote regions, or whether they're in a town setting. We are absolutely committed to continuing that. Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙍𝙎.
Thank you. And Minister, does the department have a target that they would like to see in the Northern Territory of remote Aboriginal teachers?
I do note that in the workforce across in my other portfolio, there is, I think we're at about 11% at the moment, and getting close to the Aboriginal employment, which I think is at 16%, but not specifically in education. But we have those programs going, and we are absolutely focused on making sure that we get Aboriginal teachers. As I said before, it's imperative, and they are extremely valued in those remote areas. The number of Aboriginal employees at the moment between 2024, as at pay 24-25, was 918, or 17.3% of the total workforce in education, which is an increase of 154, or 20.2%, since the same reporting period, which I think you would acknowledge is very good.
Yep. So just to confirm, for the Minister, you've got your finance team there. It was 2.4 million overall, and then it was 1.9 for education, was it?
Just to go over those, it was the budget allocation for supporting growth of the department's Aboriginal workforce is 2.4 million, which includes 1.96 for the rate program, 0.21 Aboriginal teacher education scholarships, and 0.26 for growing the Aboriginal workforce.
Okay, thank you. So can I ask just a follow-on question in relation to that? Minister, can your department through you confirm how many Aboriginal teachers are there currently in the Northern Territory, and then how many Aboriginal people are currently employed in the Department of Education? And I acknowledge that you may need to take that one on notice.
I did just read out those numbers before, Chair, but specifically We can take it on notice, but potentially it may come up in the next output, as in next OCPE.
I'm happy to take it on notice through the chair.
Yep. Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you. Minister, how many Aboriginal teachers are there in the Department of Education? How many Aboriginal staff are there in the Department of Education? And I'm getting away, so I'm just going to stop and let you give that to me.
Minister, do you have an answer?
Sorry, so what we do have is part-time employees, 138. Sorry, scrap that one. Aboriginal team teachers, 328. Executive contract principals, 1. Principals, 16. Senior teachers, 32. And 101 teachers.
101.
Which is a total of, do you want me to do the math for you?
Yep.
478.
You should be the treasurer. And does that include council employees, so like Aboriginal members who will be on a school council?
No, it doesn't. And the numbers that I read out to you before, those workforce numbers do not include Aboriginal staff employed by school councils or boards.
Okay. So, Minister, a school council member, are they afforded, what entitlements would they receive?
Across, through the chair, member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, across those school council members, the department is trying to line them up with the NTPS, and so, you know, to try and get them into an employment stream. And I do note that and we are trying to, move more from school council to NTPS. But there's also, you know, scholarships for, you know, the Aboriginal Teacher Education Scholarship. So there is scholarships there for support Aboriginal students to study as well.
So, Minister, just while we're talking about entitlements, does the Department of Education still engage with and notify Aboriginal community members that they are eligible for government employee housing, and how much is that costing the department at the moment?
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, that would be a question for the Minister Edgington, the Minister for Local Government Community Housing.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just confirm, though, that the Education Department is the department that pays for that level of entitlement?
I can confirm, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, that it is from the Department of Education budget, and sorry, as at 31st of March 2025, there are 65 recipients of the remote public housing rental concession.
Thank you. I do note that there's another question. Is this on the housing? Okay. Yep.
Yep,
Member for Johnson?
Thank you. So just in relation to how many Aboriginal staff are employed, can you advise how many Aboriginal people are employed in their home community and in what positions, in what schools?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. We wouldn't have that level of detail. I would. Given that some of those staff are not always local to their community, I suppose it's a bit like, finding out where they're from, no matter who they are as a teacher, but that level of data is not kept. I can give you the Aboriginal team teacher data, if you like.
Thank you.
So as of March, page 20, March 2025, there was 235.9 Aboriginal team teachers.
Thank you, but you don't have the data of whether people are working within their own communities. Is that correct?
No, not that level of data, but I can confirm that is those Aboriginal team teachers. That's an increase of 34.8%, which is, I think we would all agree, is great. But where possible, obviously, it is, preferable to have them working in their community, but that, that doesn't necessarily always happen. I suppose they would go to where the job is.
So the department's intention is to support people to work in their own communities?
Yes, wherever possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanting to follow on. So 65 Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory are currently receiving a government employee housing assistance. Does the department know what that number should be, given that they would know a number of people who would be eligible?
Sorry, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙍, that would be a member question for the Minister for Public Housing. Yeah, there's a whole lot of different stipulations, and as depending on who's on the lease agreement.
That's okay. I'm happy to ask the Housing Minister through the Chair is on tomorrow morning, I think, so I'll ask him there.
If not, Minister, you can send through a question.
Yeah. So, Minister, just I'm not sure, this might also be for the Aboriginal Affairs Minister. Is there still a commitment to establish an Aboriginal education peak in the Northern Territory? Can I take that as a no?
Sorry, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍. In short, the answer is yes. As part of the Northern Territory Closing the Gap implementation plan, the department is committed to leading several actions to achieve the socio-economic targets outlined in the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. In line with Action 6.1, the department and the Aboriginal Peak Organisations, APONT, are joint leads to establish a steering committee of Aboriginal educators to oversee the development of an action plan for the formation of an NT education policy partnership and an anti-Aboriginal education peak body.
Thank you, Minister. So can I just confirm, in your capacity as Education Minister, have you met with APONT or the Aboriginal Education Steering Committee about that?
Not as yet, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀.
And Minister, through the chair, just a question: when will this Aboriginal Indigenous education peak body be established? Is it in 12 months? Is it this term of government?
Through the acting chair, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙀𝙀, to date, the department has provided APONT through NARJA with 0.7 million of total of 1.5 grant allocated for the period May 23 to December 25 to support that establishment of that peak body.
Sorry, my mic's not on. So there's been a grant provided to APONT to, obviously $700,000 is not to establish the peak, but to do the work around what the peak looks like. Is there a timeline on when the peak would be established, Minister?
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙀𝙀, aiming by, which I did say before, to December 2025.
Okay, thank you. I think the member for Arnhem has a follow-on question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Minister, in your opening statement you spoke about, and you've done it in media releases as well, about a secret role. Can you explain the use of this terminology, basically accusing the department of having a secret role, which most educators know is in the past has been referred to as the passive role of attendance? We've now reframed and renamed that as the intensive support role under your government. I assume it's still the same role, but why do you keep referring to it as a secret role and saying that the department has covered up the names of those students?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. The reason why we refer to it, yes, and you're correct, it was a passive role and now is intensive support, given that those students on that role have not been to school for 20 days or more and do need intensive support. But that data was not made public under your government, and as one of the 4 education ministers, I would potentially be asking why that data was not made public. But we have made that data public now, and have made a conscious effort to make sure that we work, or the engagement officers, attendance officers work closely with the families, with the students, to bring those children back to school.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Chair. Sorry, you get acting chair or deputy? Anyway, chair. I'll just call you chair, make it easy. Thank you, Minister. So the data was always there. It wasn't secret. Your issue is that it wasn't publicly announced which students were not attending school and which families were not sending their kids to school. Is it the fact that you're going to start doing that, naming the students that did not attend school that were on the intensive role, and that you will be naming parents and making that public, which is the difference of what you're inferring at the moment?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition, for the question. They're your words, they're not my words. Yes, we did say that this role was not made public. I did not say that those students' names or anything would be made public. That's not the aim of that role, but it is about making sure that the public know that there was this list of students out there. I think it was 1,600 or something when we came to government, it is all high-level data that you wouldn't be letting people know the names of students. You wouldn't be doing that under any circumstances.
Thank you. And through the chair, so Minister, this list still exists. You've just renamed it and rebadged it. So what's the difference with calling it a secret list previously under the former government to now changing the name and the list still exists? The data is still collected by the department. There's no secret. You've just renamed the list.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Yes, that's correct. It was the passive role. Now it is intensive support. This list, as I have articulated several times, was not made public under your government. So we have brought to the attention of Territorians that there is this list with the number of students on it, and we as a government are making sure that those students are worked with closely to get them back into the education system. It doesn't matter what you call it, it's still the list. So these students are students that have not been to school for 20 days or more, and they are now receiving intensive support, as I explained previously.
Thank you. I'll just have one more on this and then happy to pass back to the chair. So, Minister, in terms of the data of the passive list is always available through the department. You haven't changed any public data available in terms of names, which you've just confirmed. So why is it still referred to as a secret list when the data has always existed and it still exists today under your government?
What I think you're getting confused on there, Leader of the Opposition, is that what I said was under your government, to which you were one of the education ministers, that list was not publicised. The difference between your government and our government is that we have publicised this list. As I said, there was 1,600 odd students on there, and now we are working very closely with those families. It's about putting the wraparound support services with them, with the student, with the families, and making sure that they are being worked very closely with, which is why we call it intensive support for, the exact reason they are getting intensive support, to make sure that these students come back to get an education.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Johnson, follow-up question, and then we'll move to the member for Mulcair.
Thank you. In relation to the intensive support role, I note in written question 6, question number 9, there was a question about funding for those students. So that question at that time was that the answer to that question was that students on that role are not funded. Is that still the case?
So thank you, Member for Johnson. The change with the Better Fairer School agreement, which was on attendance, which is now on enrolment, so those students are captured under that now, and all students are funded under the enrolment with the new agreement.
So just to confirm, any student on that list is now funded?
If they're enrolled in a school, yes, they are on that list. If they are not enrolled and they need to, if they are not, if they then become enrolled, then they will be funded. If they're not present at the age grade census, we won't receive the funding though. Yeah, from the Australian government. Okay. So they need to be. They need to actually be present and to be able to receive that funding.
So students who, I think you said, who may not have been at school for 20 days or more, who are on that list, may not be funded if they...
If they are enrolled, Member for Johnson, they would be on that list. But for some more detail on that, I'll hand over to Chief Financial Officer Jasmine Oldenhoven.
Good afternoon. Jasmine Aldenhoven, Chief Financial Officer. Thanks for the question. So for students that are enrolled, there's two things happening. One is how we receive the money from the Australian government, and when we take that collection point at the age grade census, if there is a student that hasn't attended for that 20 days, they won't be counted for the Northern Territory to receive funds from the Australian government. However, once we receive, the relevant funds from the Australian government and the Northern Territory government, the Department of Education has their funding model, and so we've moved to enrolment-based funding. So in about early October, schools will receive their funding for the next year, and if we have a student that is enrolled, they will receive the funding. We have two collection points, which is week 4, term 1, and the age grade census and the average period.
Thank you. So are you able to provide data on how many students on that list are not receiving funding?
Just to clarify, Member for Johnson, are you talking about the Australian government funding of students on that list?
Well, I understand that's what you've explained. You're not receiving funding for. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, Member for Johnson, that list is not the same. It varies almost daily, but we can take that on notice if you like, and maybe get you some information by the end of the session, or just take it on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Johnson, please restate the question for the record.
How many students on the intensive support role are currently not being funded under the Commonwealth Funding Agreement?
Sorry, Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do.
The question asked by the member for Johnson of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.1.
And one little follow-up question to my earlier question, and then I'll hand over. Just in relation to trying to understand about teachers working in their home communities, do you have data on how many teachers are fluent in the language of the community they're working in?
Through the chair, Member for Johnson, no.
Do you think that would be useful information to have?
Just querying whether or not that's an opinion answer. If we can move on.
Is there any intention to collect that data?
Member for Johnson, schools potentially might have that data, but it's not collected by the department.
And no intention to do so?
It would not be something that would be easy to do, Member for Johnson, and it could be ever changing as well.
Thank you.
Member for Mulca.
Thank you, through Chair, to the Minister and all the staff that are here. Right. Minister, I thank you for your commitment to bilingual education as a multilingual speaker. I know that bilingual education is very important for Yolngu. This year, some of the smaller schools in my electorate have relied on the continuation of bilingual targeted funding because their budgets have not seen big increases, such as a school at Guyula. Could you advise which schools retain the bilingual targeted funding this year? Was it all 9 schools? And will all 9 schools continue to receive the targeted funding for next year? This funding is important for the specialist positions that are required for the bilingual program and resource development for the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mulga, and I do note that you are extremely passionate about bilingual education. We've had many conversations over the time over this. So in 2025 budget allocated to schools to support bilingual education, there's 3.5 million, which includes 3.1 million funding to support schools to maintain funding levels for programs and to allow schools to continue their programs to the same standards. The 2025 calendar year budget also includes 0.37 million for centrally based support for schools. So I know there's 9 schools that all have bilingual education. 4 of those schools have done bilingual education for 50 years. And I went to where you were at Shepparton, where they had 50 years of celebrating bilingual education. And also, I didn't get to the Yuendamu one, but the CE of Education went to that as well. And so that funding is ongoing, Member for Mulga. But I think I'd like to just add there that as members, of our electorates, it is incumbent on us to make sure that we spread the word of how important it is to get children to school and to be educated. As I continually say to you, that you're not going to have someone come in and fill your shoes if they don't actually attend school. And so, whilst we have 4 of those schools have done 50 years of bilingual education, as the Minister, I look forward to seeing their attendance rates be significantly boosted, because most of them at the moment sit around about between 30 and 40%, which I think you would understand, Member for Mulga, which is it's not really going to get them the education they need to get into meaningful employment. And I do note that when we were at Shepparton College, there was the young girl there that had finished her school and was then working at the language centre. So that's how attending school every day can make a difference in a young person's life.
Sorry, Member for Mulga, put your microphone on.
Try that again. Thank you to the Chair, to the Minister. I understand that this year many remote schools are now being funded properly for enrolled students. However, the department has also transferred some centralised costs to schools. So some of the increased schools' budgets are being absorbed by costs that did not belong to the schools previously. I understand the written question 6 that $648,000 that was spent on vehicles by the department in 2024 is now being paid for by East Arnhem Land schools. Is this correct, Minister?
Thank you, Member for Mulga. I'll pass that to the CEO of Education.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training, Member for Mulga. Thank you for the question. With the motor vehicles, prior to 2025, there were inconsistencies in how schools were funded or how they were funding vehicles. Some schools were funding out of their own resources and some schools were funded centrally. There was $3 million in the central budget. For the 2025 year, that $3 million was allocated across all schools in the Northern Territory, and as part of the students' needs-based funding formula for 2025, there was an element of that for that budget for vehicles in schools. So there has been a change in approach so that there is more equitable distribution of the vehicles funding across all schools in the Northern Territory, and that we now have consistency rather than historical inconsistencies with the treatment of vehicles across schools.
Through Chair, Minister, I understand schools are also having to pay the cost of 8% EBA wage rise for this year, and I am told schools now also have to buy teacher laptops from the school budget and pay for AUCA cards, which were previously a centralised cost. Is that correct, Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Mulga, for the question. Given that under the Better Fairer Schools agreement, there is a considerable uplift to some schools to cover these costs, and that was all also negotiated under the EBA. But I can get the CE to talk more about that if you like.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training, Member for Mulga. I'll just talk specifically around the question regarding the laptops. So teachers in schools will have laptops replaced in 2025, and that'll be funded by the department's corporate budget. We have been already communicating to schools that there is no central budget for ICT replacements in schools, and that's including what was historically the 1 to 10 student device funding program, as well as the teacher laptop program. What the department has been doing over a number of years is where there's been underspends, have been channeling that directly to schools for teacher laptops and other sorts of devices. So there is no central budget for that. However, for the 2025, there will be the replacement of the teacher laptops centrally. The department is also currently working with DCDD to explore a service model that provides a more enterprise level of services. There's representatives on a working group on that particular group so that we can ensure that we're getting quality service and support for our devices in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Chair, again, four of smaller schools like Guyula, only receives $211,000 increase this year based on enrolment and excluding the bilingual targeted fundings. How do they operate efficiently and effectively? Then when all the extra funding they receive will go on vehicle expenses, teacher laptops, and EBA pay increases. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Mulca. The increase in the funding for Yirrkala is 211,814. So, you know, there's a considerable amount of extra money there for those things that you're asking about. And it is up to schools to manage their budgets, and you know, each school has that difficulty of managing the budget to make sure they can deliver and have the services that they require. There'll be also, Member for Mulca, a further uplift in 2026 for those schools as well, under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement.
Thank you. Minister, through Chair. In relation to the vehicle costs, I note in 2024 that the Darwin region schools vehicles cost 95,844 and all the remote regions cost are considerably high and more. The big rivers, the region schools cost the most at 821,381 dollars, showing the cost up to 800 percentage. Greater in remote areas. Who made this decision to pass centralized vehicles costs to schools, and here is the strategy of asking schools to pay their own vehicles fare for equal. Minister.
Thank you, through the Chair. Member for Mulca, thank you for the question. I think we spoke about this before. So some schools were already paying for their vehicles. So under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement, so in 2025, school vehicles other than executive contract vehicles were paid for by schools, by the region, or by the centre, with arrangements differing vehicle to vehicle, as I explained before. So school vehicles are now, there was $3 million transferred into the school funding pool, and from 2025, all school vehicles are paid for by each school. Some further information. An increase in the base per student rate, increased by $30 on top of the 5.39% increase to the base rate. So an increase to the school size, supplement of up to 6,842. And an increase in the remoteness weighting as follows. So Category 2 increased from 0.3 to 0.6. Category 3 increased from 0.5 to 0.8. So that was distributed via schools, to schools. And the additional funding was also provided through targeted funding for homeland learning centres, travel for select hub schools which previously had their targeted funding offset for centrally funded vehicles. So it's all been distributed back to schools. Member for Mulca.
Excuse me, Member for Mulca, just in the interest of giving everybody a comfort break, we'll take 5 minutes. It's now 5:02. We'll return at about 5:07. We'll be here very shortly. Just resuming now. Member for Mulca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister again. Minister, will Year 1 children at bilingual schools undertake the Year 1 phonics test in their first language? Students in our bilingual schools don't start to write in English until Year 4 because they are first learning their literacy in Yolngamata. The English letters does exist in Yolngamata. Our alphabet has 31 sounds, and these are the sounds that the Year 1 students are learning. So will these kids be tested in Yolngamata rather than English? Minister.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Member for Mulca. You've raised an interesting point. The test generally is done in English, and the whole idea of bilingual education is learning both, but that could be something that is taken into consideration in the future. But I'd also like to point out that bilingual education is learning both. So whether they're, when they go to school, it's about learning English and their language side by side.
Member for Johnson.
So just to clarify, is that something that you said you will be exploring in the future?
We will consider that feedback, Member for Johnson. The member for Mulca has raised an interesting point.
Member for Mulca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The same reason I just stated. Why are Year 3 children in bilingual schools or other Aboriginal ESL students having to sit English NAPLAN tests? Minister.
Thank you, Member for Mulca. Through the chair, NAPLAN is a national test. It is Australian government, and as I explained just before, when these children go to school, it is a side-by-side learning, and NAPLAN is actually done in English, and these children potentially will move around and go to other areas where they do need to learn English. So I think that's relevant that they would do that NAPLAN in English, and from the moment they start school, or whether they're at a FAF program, and there's many FAF programs across the territory and in remote regions, then go on to preschool or grade 1, they will always be having that side-by-side learning.
Thank you, Minister. Through Chair, my next question is written question 8 states that 38% of students in the NT are English as second language learners. Why does the department not record how many teachers in the NT have university levels ESL training. Given this is what almost 40% of the students need. Minister.
Thank you, Member for Mulca. All teachers across the schools, whether they're in a bilingual school or not, are all qualified teachers. And the 2025 budget allocated for centrally based services for English as an additional language resourcing is $0.99 million. And the schools receive direct funding for English as an additional language through the school resourcing model. In semester 1, 2024, there were 13,250 NT government school students identified as learning English as an additional language, and which was an increase of 131 students from semester 1, 2023. Within this cohort, 63% of Aboriginal NT government school students and 37% non-Aboriginal students were monitored using the English as an additional language dialect learning progressions. And all teachers and assistant teachers can access the online professional learning program of the NT EALD hub to build their capability to teach EALD learners. As of from July 24 to March 25, there were 18 completers of that EALD hub and 68 new enrolments. So in 2024 to March 2025, Teacher and Learning Services responded to 82 requests to support schools in relation to Aboriginal languages and English as an additional language dialect. But the data is not available prior to these dates. So this support ranged from access to resources, professional development and coaching and school improvements. So this was in addition to providing regular universal professional learning to schools. Thank you, Member for Mulca.
Thank you, Minister. Through Chair, what is the 25-26 budget in the Department of the following curriculum areas? 1, explicit instruction. 2, second, ESL or EALD instruction. 3, bilingual education. 4, Aboriginal curriculum development. Minister.
Through the Chair, thank you, Member for Mulca. The budget allocated for supporting Aboriginal language in schools is $4 million. We're just getting the... There's $14.23 million boosting literacy and numeracy. And what was the other one that you asked for? And the EALD resourcing member for Mulca is 0.99 million, 0.99 million, and the schools receive direct funding for English as an additional language dialect students through the school resourcing model.
Member for Mulca, do you have any other questions?
Thank you. Through the chair. Minister, explicit instruction like read, write, ink have been running for over a decade. What evaluations of the program have been done to see if it is achieving any results? Why have there been no programs developed, especially for the needs of our NT kids? Minister.
Thank you, Member for Mulca. So programs like Read, Write, Ink can still be done because they go through, it's explicit teaching. So it's not like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater there. Those programs will still run alongside. So for Northern Territory children, through boosting literacy and numeracy, for them to get jobs of the future and be competitive, school results must be improved. And as I said earlier, we saw literacy and numeracy at shocking levels right across the territory. And so as an election commitment, we said we would get back to basics and boost literacy and numeracy. And that's what we've done by rolling out explicit teaching, which we did as an announcement a couple of weeks ago in Katherine at Katherine South Primary School. The government has launched the Boosting Literacy and Numeracy Plan, which is our approach to ensuring there is a consistent and evidence-based approach to the teaching of literacy and numeracy, and starting with reading and mathematics. The plan supports teachers to explicitly teach the fundamental skills that will set students up for success. So action will occur under the following elements: high-quality teacher resources, student resources and professional learning for school staff, screening assessments for early identification of students at risk, and intentional and planned support for students falling behind. The comprehensive, high-quality teacher and student resources will ease the burden of administrative planning and support our teachers to focus on student and quality of teaching. And that those resources are on eLearn and can be accessed by teachers. And so it's just, there's a whole lot of resources there so that, again, they don't have to reinvent the wheel, and it's an administrative burden that they don't have to worry about, that they can just go and find that teaching instruction already done for them. And those results will be measured by NAPLAN results in the future.
Thank you, through Chair. Minister, why do homeland schools continue to be classed as learning centres instead of schools for homelands with regular attendance of a number of students? We would like to see the same quality of infrastructure and amount of funding that small schools such as Dundee Beach and Douglas Daly receive? Why is there not enough equal funding system happening for all schools, for all small schools rather, in the NT? What happened for, what will happen for the homeland schools in 2026? Minister.
Through the chair, thank you, Member for Mulca, for the question. I did state before the Homeland Learning Centres budget is 11.7 million, which is an increase of 746,000. And Member for Mulca, as a remote member, you would be very aware of the complexity and the remoteness of delivering education in right across the territory. And so those Homeland Centres are seasonal, and they are also managed under 8 schools. And so the schools that service the Homeland Learning Centres receive student needs-based funding for enrolled students and targeted funding to support travel costs, and the Homeland Learning Centres supplement where eligible. Homeland Learning Centre supplement is an interim funding arrangement to support schools to increase their provision of education at their Homeland Learning Centres and for reasonable associated costs to the equivalent of a small mainstream school. So there was an average of 449 enrolments at all centres, which is a slight increase from 2023.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, in the reporting period, what whole of community consultations with remote communities have taken place to discuss barriers with getting kids to school? Are there any plans to hold a community consultation in the future, Minister?
Thank you, Member for Mulca. So in those remote settings, those conversations happen with the school and the families and students, and also the attendance officers to have those conversations with families explaining the importance of getting their children to school. Every school's ASIP needs community input. And obviously, as a government, we have a focus on attendance, and we took that to the election because, as I've said before, if children don't attend school, they can't get an education to get into meaningful employment, and we need them to thrive in education. Just to add on to that, Member for Mulca, as of the 26th of May 2025, there are 55 out of a possible 82 communities that have established lead committees across the territory as well, which is which will strengthen the governance in schools, and whether it's a lead committee or a school council, it's giving that stronger governance to the school and support for them.
Thank you, through Chair. Minister, how does the department recognise Aboriginal education, Aboriginal knowledge and our traditional educators? How do we bring two systems to education together equally? This isn't really happening yet because For the most part of the principals, the senior teachers, the classroom teachers, they are all from outside the communities, and the elders and leaders in our communities are not paid and recognized for the work that we do to teach Aboriginal knowledge, languages, discipline, respect, songlines, etc. How do we fix the problem and properly bring the two systems together, Minister?
Thank you, Member for Mulca. We were just talking about lead committees and things like that. So, you know, you could encourage families to get involved through lead committees, but also there's 3.1 million funding to schools, as I said, for bilingual education. And all schools may offer languages through the language learning area of the Australian curriculum using Indigenous languages and culture curriculum. In schools where Aboriginal languages are the first language of most students, they may also be used alongside English, and we spoke about that before, team teaching, to teach both English and Aboriginal language. But we also have, through the NTPS Educators Enterprise 24 to 27, it does provide a classification for Aboriginal team teachers, and this was the assistant teacher classification under the previous enterprise agreement. So I'm sure schools, you know, potentially schools that have vacancies in remote areas, I would encourage these people to the people that you're potentially talking about, leaders and cultural authority people, to be involved in the school programs, and potentially, again, as I was talking about earlier, to you know, have a stream into the NT public sector.
Thank you, Minister and Madam Chair, through the Madam Chair, rather. Thank you for everything. I'd like to make a free speech to end my language in just a few minutes, couple of minutes, with explaining a bit more about education.
Member for Mulca, I'm not sure that this is the forum to be doing speeches. It's more about asking questions of the Minister. You're able to send any kind of recommendations through to them via the right channels, but I'm not sure that this is the right forum for that.
Yep, okay then. Now I'll do it another time, just to explain what language it needs, why we need English, with the language.
Yeah, Member for Mulca, I'm sure that the Minister's happy to meet with you outside of this forum.
And also through the chair, Member for Mulca, you'll get a chance on Thursday in the appropriation bill wrap-up that any member can contribute then as well in Parliament.
In Parliament.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Member for Mulca.
Madam Chair, just off the tail of Member for Mulca's question in regards to the bilingual education funding, and Minister, you spoke about this already in the opening statement. Will schools, the 9 schools that are identified as bilingual schools, be expected to pay for their own bilingual budget out of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement funding, or will they still get the departmental funding that was always allocated to those 9 schools because of their program in bilingual?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition, through the Chair. The bilingual education is targeted funding, and yes, in short, to the answer to your question. So it is sorry, one. And sorry, member for Leader of the Opposition, it is through the Better Fairer Schools agreement that that funding comes through, and it is targeted through the school resourcing.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. So that mean, was it the previously like 43 million or something to that effect that was specifically allocated by the department for those 9 bilingual schools, that will no longer exist and the schools will have to use their own resources through the agreement?
No, that's not correct.
Thank you. Happy to be corrected if you can provide the detail through the chair. Thank you, Minister.
I have said that and specified the answer to that question before, but in the 2025 calendar year budget allocated to schools to support bilingual education is 3.5 million, which includes 3.1 million funding to support schools to maintain funding levels for programs and to allow schools to continue their programs to the same standards. It also includes 0.37 million for centrally based support for schools.
Is that, Minister, the last figure you just quoted, is that purely for the 9 schools, or is that more schools involved in that funding, the 7 million or so that you just said?
That's across the 9 schools, Leader of the Opposition.
And can you explain what the back of house support and where that money goes to if it's not going to program delivery from the schools?
The 0.37 is for the schools delivering bilingual education programs to employ specialist staff to lead, coordinate and support the bilingual approach used by the school and to develop appropriate resources.
And then, Minister, you quoted a second figure that said it was like for the support of those schools. So I'm assuming it's not for the programs themselves, it would be for the department and back of house.
The 0.37 million that I read out before, centrally based support for schools, is the very small team in the teaching and learning services.
Just through the chair, just wanting to confirm that everyone's finished on attendance and that I can go back to the questions on the opening statement.
Confirmed?
On attendance? Because I'm just being, that's what we went to, so yeah.
Member for Guyula.
Thank you. Minister, have you or has your department issued a directive to staff employed with the department who have a teaching qualification that they can't apply for a job in corporate services because of the teacher vacancies that are currently existing across the...
I'm not sure where that information came from, Member for Guyula, but that is not the case. The priority, as you would be aware, there's a teacher shortage right across Australia, and we want to have those teachers in our schools and in front of students. So that is our priority.
Thank you. So just to confirm, Minister, neither you or the department have any measures in place that would prohibit or work not in favour of a teacher applying for a job in corporate services?
Yeah, as I said, our priority is staffing schools first. We know there's a teacher shortage and that's the main priority.
Yeah, but there's nothing... when you say priority, are there measures in place that would look at...
Yeah, Chair, I've answered the question and there are measures in place to make sure that we staff schools first.
Okay, thank you. So there's something. Minister, what was the retention rate of teachers from 2024 to 2025? See ya.
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙎𝙏, the date that you gave me, I've got here assistant teachers, separations 1st of July 24 to 30th of March 25. Is that the date? Yep. 43 assistant teachers and 497 class teachers, which is 14 less than the year before, the year prior.
Minister, can you confirm how many children are currently enrolled in school in the youth detention centre?
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, the number does fluctuate, and at the moment it's between about 50 to 60 students.
50 to 60. Would you be able to take on notice today how many children are enrolled?
Yes, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑.
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, could you please confirm the enrolment number of children today in the youth detention centre?
Yes, I'll take that on
Minister,
notice.
do you accept the question?
Thank you.
The question asked by the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑 of the minister has been allocated the number 6.2.
Thank you. Sure.
Member for Johnson?
It's a staffing related. So given that numbers and looking at the data that's online, I can see the numbers are significantly higher. What additional resources and funding have been given to Tivendale School?
Thank you. Through the chair, Member for Johnson, the funding for Tivendale in 2025 has increased to 3.11 million, and in 2024 it was 1.36 million. So there's a considerable increase there to allow also.
Thank you. Minister, could you please confirm when a child is in school in a detention centre, how many hours of class do they attend a day?
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. Students that are in Tivendale do attend school. They have 4 one-hour blocks plus activities for 45 weeks of the year.
Thank you, Minister. And can you confirm if there have been children that have been unable to attend due to operationalising the closure of the Alice Springs Youth Detention Centre and staffing shortages in the top end?
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, that's a question for the Minister MLA under corrections, and I think he has already been.
So, thank you. But, Minister, your department delivers the education component. So do you not record the attendance and how long and if there have been issues? Because your department's the same department that would be charging parents for their kids not attending school.
Yep, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, whilst we do provide the service that is operational for Minister MLA and Department of Corrections, but we record daily and weekly. And just sorry, and just in answer to the to go back to your previous question, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, there's 55 children in detention today on that question on notice.
Thank you. 55 children. Okay, and I've got one last question before we move to outputs. Minister, the Aboriginal police liaison officers in schools, are they being paid for by the Education Department?
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, that hasn't commenced as yet, but that is paid for by the department, but that hasn't commenced yet. But the school-based policing program is another election commitment, and we are committed to rolling that out right across the territory.
Thank you. I'm happy to move to outputs, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions on the opening statement? Oh, sorry, Member for Karama.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, as you'll be aware, in my electorate of Karama, I have a lot of schools, possibly around 8, I think, if you take some of the ones on the border there. So it's a very important part of my work, and it certainly chews up a lot of my electorate allowance, I can tell you that. But it's something I enjoy doing. I really enjoy sponsoring awards for the schools, going to their assemblies like every other MLA does too, I think. But having said that, I want to thank you because you've come out, and I think we've visited at least 4 schools in my electorate, including Karama Primary School, Malack Primary School, Menunda Terrace Primary School and Sanderson College. So that was wonderful that you took the opportunity to come out and invite me to join you. But I'm just trying to get a sense of the size of the task. If you're to go out and see every school in the territory, it's quite a long thing. Can you just advise me, what's the total number of schools in the territory, both private and public? And even if there's a small breakdown in terms of primary, middle school, senior colleges, something like that.
There's 153 government schools and 44 non-government schools.
Right, so that's a sizable task.
It is a sizable task, and I look forward to getting out and visiting most of those schools. I've visited many schools in the short 9 months so far, and it's great to get out there and see the good work that schools do right across the territory. And it's also good to get out and just see, you know, whether it be in Darwin or Palmerston or Catherine or out in the Member for Arnhem's area of Barunga, or whether it be at Manyalalook or, you know, I haven't been to any, I don't think, sorry, in the Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎's electorate So it is a huge task to get out and visit schools, and just like the complexity of delivering education to all of these remote and very remote schools, it's at a huge cost to get out and visit them as well. And I was really looking forward to going to Ali Kurung, as I said a couple of weeks ago, and through the extremely bad weather, I was not going up in a plane, but we could not get out there. So I look forward to possibly doing that by road, I think maybe in either July or August.
Thank you, Minister. And I noticed in your opening statement you made reference to reforming secondary education. So I'm assuming this has revolves a bit around the concept of removing middle schools. So I was wondering where we're going in that process, and what's the consultation process and any feedback you've had with communities about it?
Thank you, Member for Karama. Yes, there's 9 schools impacted under the secondary reform. Term 1 saw engagement and consultation with teachers, staff, students. I attended Darwin Middle and Darwin High, along with the member for Fanny Bay, to the consultation that the department is doing there. I've also had a trip to Alice Springs to listen to the concerns of Centralian Middle and Centralian Senior College and the complexities that they have around delivering that middle school reform. What I can tell you, Member for Karama, is that this will be a slow implementation starting next year, but finalising in 2028, because one thing we must make sure we do is get it right. So there's a lot of consultation that's been had, and the department has, done many. I'm not sure. With communities, teachers, staff and students, as I said, that was done in term 1. And the final system design will be informed by community input. And as I said, I've been to Alice Springs to listen to the input of those teachers, council members, students, through, so for regional remote and very remote areas, regional planning is focused on ensuring all students have access to local pathways that enable them to complete the NTCET. The work carries on, and I look forward to that being started next year. Member for Karama.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Johnson.
2 short follow-ups from the member for Mulka. Sorry. I just wanted to clarify, so I understand in terms of the funding for vehicles. So that was $3 million. Is what happened to that? That it was just distributed across all schools?
Yes, member for Johnson. That was, as I stated to the member for Mulka before, that was reallocated across those schools.
Based on what? How was it divided up?
I'll give that to Jasmine Oldenhofen, the Chief Financial Officer.
Jasmine Oldenhoven, Chief Financial Officer. In our school resourcing model, we have a remoteness equity factor. So as the Minister described earlier, I think she read that out around how that worked. So it was distributed through the remoteness weighting. So that remoteness weighting recognises the additional costs that are incurred by schools due to their remote locality, and includes things such as vehicles required at a remote school and other factors.
So could you perhaps give me an example of Shepparton School versus Darwin High?
I don't have numbers with me.
Yeah.
Like what a school got for their remoteness.
Sure. I'm interested in the comparative. What a remote school, what that might mean in terms of redistribution of those funds, and what a remote school might get compared to an urban school. Is there a way to get that information?
Member for Johnson, if I may, there were inconsistencies across schools, and so that that money has now been divvied up between those bilingual schools, and it was $3 million.
So the $3 million
But that was
for
across all of the
vehicles has been
schools.
divided up between bilingual schools?
I'll just repeat what I did say before, Member for Johnson. The motor vehicle expenses was distributed to schools via an increase in the base per student rate by $30 on top of the 5.39% increase to the base rate, an increase to the school size supplement of up to 6,842, an increase in the remoteness weighting, which is as follows. Category 2 increased from 0.3 to 0.6, and Category 3 increased from 0.5 to 0.8. An additional funding was also provided through targeted funding for Homeland Learning Centres, travel for select hub schools, which previously had their targeted funding offset for centrally funded vehicles. So it's a technical student resourcing model.
Yeah, thank you. I'm kind of trying to understand where that money's gone. I've got a bit of a picture of it. I also, and I know I asked earlier about clarification with this and you've talked about it a bit. I'm remaining confused about the bilingual education. Can you clarify that in 2026 schools are paying for bilingual education from their own budgets, or will the targeted funding come from centralised funds as it has in the past?
Yeah, it'll remain the same for 2026.
Still coming from centralised funds? Great, thank you, thank you.
Any further questions?
I have some questions, Madam Chair.
On the opening statement? Yep, no worries. Member for Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, can you share with the committee some of the strategy to address the teacher shortages across the Northern Territory, please?
Thank you. Through the Chair, Leader of the Opposition, school, teacher and principal recruitment strategies in 2025-26, budget allocated for teacher and principal recruitment strategies is $1.97 million, and a range of talent attraction and retention projects, programs and initiatives to promote the Department of Education and Training as an employer of choice and to grow and acquire skilled educators to address current and future workforce needs. The teacher, talent and attraction projects, programs and initiatives are essential to promote the department as an employer of choice and to grow and acquire skilled education to address current and future workforce needs. Restructuring the talent attraction and recruitment team to include talent acquisition, taking the administration burden away from principals and schools, implementing accelerated classroom teacher practices program with 24 pre-service teachers participating between 1st of July 24 and 31st of March 25. Working with education recruitment professionals to ensure more Australian and international teachers are aware of opportunities to teach in the NT and to support recruitment to hard-to-fill positions. And on that note, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say in Tennant Creek there's been a fantastic result recently, and I was speaking to COGSO on the weekend that Tennant Creek have had a problem with hard-to-fill positions, and Leader of the Opposition, they have gone to international teachers, and they've recruited and got a full complement of teachers there now through applying for international teachers. So, you know, it just goes to show that the targeting programs and programs that the department is working through are actually working.
Thank you, Minister. And through the chair, of that 1.97 million, Minister, how will the department track the outcomes, or do you have key performance indicators attached to that particular funding for the teacher attraction and retention?
Along with the teacher attraction and retention Leader of the Opposition, member for Arnhem, we will continue to look at, you know, progressing such programs as the RATE program, but also, you know, getting students through Year 12, talking about the importance and, you know, how great a teaching opportunities are here in the Territory. They can go to CDU and study and become a teacher. I know there's, you know, plenty of young people here in the Territory that have had some great opportunities, whether they've gone away to uni and come back to the Territory, which is what we always want to have. But also whether they learn through unis here to get into teaching. We're always promoting that. But the measure, I suppose, to be for KPIs is the decreasing number of teachers, you know, across, and noting that the number of vacancies, and noting that today there are only 58 classroom teacher vacancies.
Thanks, Minister. I guess in terms of specifics, I was more thinking along the lines, and I'll clarify my question, of the 1.97 million for teacher talent attraction, will the department track, for example, if there's X amount of dollars that are spent campaigning in Victoria or New South Wales or another jurisdiction, what would then be the measure or outcome to show that the money was well spent in that campaign, in that jurisdiction, to then attract teachers to the Northern Territory? Like, what's our bang for buck essentially with government money, with the close to $2 million, considering you mentioned the RATE program, which has 2.4 million for the remote Aboriginal teacher education program, obviously, which is growing our own. So how do we know the close to $2 million is being used in a way that will attract teachers and talent to the Territory? Or international, as you gave the Tennant Creek example, how do we measure the money that is spent? What's the output? How can we find out that with the nearly $2 million in attraction?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I forgot to mention before too that we have the NT contributes $18,500 for Teach for Australia teachers, and I know that in your electorate, I know you had Teach for Australia teachers go out there. In my electorate, we've had them, and they are teachers that come from, you know, different fields, and then you know, come in as an older student back into the teaching system, and also attracting and retaining teachers is a concern right across Australia. As you would be aware, it's you know, it continues to be a challenge, and you know, we do as a department track where the teachers come from, but you know, it's with teacher vacancies and you know, as such shortages right across the nation. I suppose we are grateful for all teachers coming, whether we're growing our own, whether it be through the RATE program, whether it be for Teach for Australia, or whether we're getting them from international. I think we want to make sure that bang for buck for Territorians, that the money that is spent on recruitment is actually, making a considerable result in getting those teacher vacancies down.
Thank you, Minister. When you were in opposition, you attended education rallies, particularly in Katherine, around teacher retention. Minister, do you have a specific Katherine strategy around retention or attraction for teachers in your hometown, or have you already forgotten about them?
I can see a smile.
I will just choose to ignore the last bit of that question. Member for Arnhem, Leader of the Opposition, because as you would know, I'm extremely passionate about education. I may not have an education background, but my family certainly has an education background, and I have been on my children's education journey, the whole three of them, right throughout their life, through preschool, primary school, high school. And, as I said, I may not be a teacher, I may not come from that background, but I am 100% focused on making sure that we have the best teachers and the best people in roles in our schools. And as specifically to my community of Katherine, there is a $4,500 retention pay for teachers in that area. And it continues to be, challenging getting teachers to regional remote areas. But I do note that teachers in Katherine do get that $4,500 retention.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Minister, is that $4,500 after 12 months of service in Katherine, or what time frame is the retention bonus then received? I recall out bush, I think it was $1,000 after 12 months. So obviously Katherine's getting a lot extra, but just wanting to know what the time frame is.
That is after 12 months, yes.
So per teacher, $4,500 if you stay per 12 months of service, or is that just the initial 12 months of retention?
I'll just get confirmation of that. Yes, after 12 months.
And what would the teacher numbers in Katherine be and the cost to the department for the extra $4,500 per 12 month if we're looking at the reporting period of the estimates process?
Through the Chair, Leader of the Opposition will have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Arnhem, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Minister. For the teaching numbers in Katherine, can you please provide an update of the amount of teachers in the estimates reporting period who will receive the 12-month $4,500 bonus in the estimates period?
Minister, do you accept the question?
I do.
The question asked by the member for Arafura of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.3.
Thank you, Chair. And last one around teacher shortages, Minister, around strategic approaches. Is this something that yourself and the Department of Education have worked on with the Australian Education Union Northern Territory branch around the retention, or is this something that has just been put forward purely either by the department or yourself as Minister?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. In opposition and now in government, I continue to meet with the Education Union, as does the CE of Education, and we continue to have those conversations ongoing.
So thank you through the Chair. Minister, is there a specific place you can point to either on the education website or through the partnership with the AUNT around strategic approaches to teacher retention?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. On the Department of Education and Training, under their strategic plan 25 to 28, under our priorities, attract and keeping our teachers You'll see under there that there is increased teacher permanency through more ongoing appointments and investing in teacher capability. And prioritising reducing administrative burdens for school and improve staff wellbeing and safety. That's on the website.
I've got
you.
one more question
Member for Guyula?
that's risen, sorry. Minister, I've got to ask you, and what is crime costing education in the Northern Territory? How many assaults on education staff have there been in the last reporting period, and what vandalism costs have been associated for the Department of Education? I just know how much she loved asking that in opposition. Last one, Madam Chair, and then I promise we'll go on to outputs.
Thank you, Member for Guyula, for your enthusiasm in this area.
Very eager.
So in 24-25 to 31st of March 25, the cost to repair reported damage to department property reported to the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure was 1.16 million, with 88 department properties experiencing vandalism or break-ins. And the so the breakdown of that is 618,636 for vandalism and 538,132 for break and enter.
Okay.
And then the second part of your question.
Yes.
From 1st of July 24 to 31st of March 25, there were 138 incident reports made to the department in which an employee was assaulted by a person or persons, which is a decrease of 86 for the same period last year.
And just to be clear, Minister, that encompasses all staff within the Department of Education.
That is NTPS employees.
Yeah, great. Thank you. No further questions.
Member for Johnson.
Just to finish up the follow-up questions. So this is just also...
Yes.
Also, just in relation to bilingual education and NAPLAN. So I understand... I've still got a question, so you can perhaps help me with it. I understand bilingual education begins in a child's first language and then English starts around year 4, year 3 or year 4, is that right?
That's correct, but the idea of bilingual education is side-by-side learning, and that should be happening from when that child goes to school. They team teach. I've seen it happen out in remote communities, and so, the whole idea of bilingual education is that they learn their own dialect or
Language.
Gosh, I just lost my train of thought of what the of their language. Sorry, and then they learn English as well. So so those the measures are through NAPLAN, which is managed by ACARA.
Yeah. So I guess my question was, and I'm new to this area, so this may not be properly understanding it, but when someone does their year 3 NAPLAN test and they haven't formally begun bilingual education, if that begins in year 4, they're essentially doing it in a foreign language. And in reference to your answer to the member for Mauka before around something similar where you said that was something you'd consider, wondering whether you consider advocating for students to be able to do NAPLAN in their first language.
I do know, Madam Chair, that I did answer that question earlier on, and we did say that we would consider that, but it is, Member for Johnson, as I'm sure you would be aware, it is extremely challenging, and that is a national test.
Yes, understood. Sorry, I thought that was in relation to a different test. That was the NAPLAN. Thank you for your clarification.
Okay, are there any further questions on the opening statement? Nope, cutting it off. Okay, the committee will now consider the estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2526 as they relate to the Department of Education and Training. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies?
No.
No, that concludes questions on agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee now proceed to Output Group 1, Early Childhood Education and Care Services, Output 1.1, Early Childhood Education and Care Services. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for 𝙍𝙬.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, what is the Northern Territory Government's plan to ensure that there are enough early childhood education places, particularly in remote and regional communities, to meet increased demand for universal access?
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬. In the early years education, there is a range of programs.
Do you want me to? I'm happy to. Do you want me to? I'm happy to repeat because I know that we had shifted from the statement to the output. If that helps. Yep. What is the Northern Territory Government's plan to ensure that there are enough early childhood education and care places, particularly in remote and regional communities, to meet the increased demand from universal access?
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬. As I started saying earlier, there are a number of programs in the early years education output. The preschool is a universal one that is out there in remote areas. The current preschool reform agreement, which expires on the 30th of June 2026, providing program funding up until the end of this calendar year, 2025, and there's a process at the moment where the new agreement is required for Commonwealth funding to be available to support preschool in 2026 and beyond, and we will continue to advocate for a guarantee of adequate needs-based funding for the NT, but also, Family as First Teachers is a fantastic program that happens right across many areas, and it builds capacity in families as they are their child's first teacher, and there are some fantastic results that have come out through the FAFT education programs, and in fact at Barunga just recently I ran into a lady that is actually someone from in your electorate, Member for 𝙍𝙬. She spoke of a young person from Kalkaringi FAFT who looked after a young teen while she was pregnant. She attended FAFT with her baby when she had the baby, and was, helped and supported through that child's journey. And the real outcome of that is that that child now is involved and educated and is a employee of the FAFT program. So, that is a fantastic story of real outcomes. It's creating generational change and has affected so many lives. The mother, the child, the family, anyone who's involved with her in that community. And so there are many FAFT programs right across the territory.
So, Minister, I'm very supportive of FAFT. I guess this might be a question through you, Minister, directed to the CEO. The federal government have obviously changed, and there is now a requirement for universal access. What is the Northern Territory government doing to meet that demand, and has the department measured what that demand is?
I'll pass to the CE for that response.
Thank you.
Member for Guyula.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training. Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. So currently there are 234 approved education and care services across the NT. That's comprising of 231 centre-based or long day care services and 3 family daycare services. Of the centre-based, there are 79 preschools across the Northern Territory providing universal access. There's, in addition, 98 long day care services, 53 outside of school hour care services. But in addition to that, the Australian Government also funds a number of what we call non-regulated services, which is funded directly by the Australian Government, and there's 41 of those services across the Northern Territory. So there is quite significant access for a whole range of different early childhood and education care services. Some are run by not-for-profit, for-profit or local organisations within the community. So there's a whole range of different models there. There has been considerable mapping done by the Department of all the services, and we continually look for where there may be increases in children numbers by community using census data and also our local intelligence, or we might also be looking at student enrolments in programs such as FAFT and preschool to get a bit of an indication of how many children are in each of the communities.
So through the Chair and through the Minister, if I may, are you aware of jurisdictions or areas within the jurisdiction of the Northern Territory that don't currently have a service in a remote community for early childhood?
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training. We have pretty good coverage across the Northern Territory. There may be where there might be smaller communities where there's small number of children potentially. There may not be a service. However, under our current funding model, that all children who enrol in schools at preschool age do receive funding for a preschool. So there is always a preschool access regardless of the size of the school.
And can I just ask, when you talk about unregulated, I think everyone, it's obviously a term that people prick their ears up to, but can I just confirm that when you're talking about unregulated, you're still talking about a service that provides the care and support. It's just that it is not authorised caregivers at a particular qualification. Is that?
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. When we talk about unregulated services, they're run and funded by the Australian Government, so that's funded directly through the Australian Government. The Department of Education and Training here, we work in partnership with the Australian Government to ensure that there are quality services. There is sometimes some anxiety around when we do talk about unregulated services. We're working with the Australian Government and those services to transition them to regulated services.
Thank you.
So to ensure high quality.
Yeah. So, Minister, can you just confirm how this early childhood care and development has been factored into the budget? Is there a particular budget line which talks about where that investment's going to be rolled out?
Sorry, can you just restate the question, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎?
Yes, I can. Can you please confirm, is there a particular budget amount or a budget line which highlights the investment that's to be rolled out through the early childhood education and care services?
So thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. The 2025-26 budget allocated for early childhood education and care services output is 25.7 million. And that is, there's a number of programs in that. And do you want me to go through all of those?
No, that's fine, Minister. How will the Northern Territory ensure that vulnerable children, including remote children, children living with a disability and those experiencing disadvantage are prioritised and supported to access their guaranteed 3 days of subsidised care.
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙍𝙎. That was a federal election commitment that hasn't been implemented yet, but it was $426.6 million for the new 3-day guarantee to ensure families are eligible for at least 3 days, as you said, early childhood education and care, and that will start from January 2026, and all families will be eligible for at least 72 hours of subsidised early childhood education and care per fortnight, regardless of their activity levels, and families caring for a First Nations child will be eligible for 100 hours of subsidised early childhood education and care per fortnight.
So has there been work done in terms of mapping with that additional investment how that guarantee for children with a disability or living in a remote community will be guaranteed to access or have a place in a remote community for those guaranteed hours?
So, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙍. There is Community Childcare Fund regulatory project and emergency management and infrastructure, but that's all to be negotiated with the Australian government. And
Okay.
Because the guidelines
Yeah.
are not yet available.
yeah,
So-
the guidelines aren't yet available.
So just expanding on what you've said there, Minister, is there work being done through yourself and the department around understanding how many new or expanded early childhood and education centres will be needed and be expanded across when that funding's rolled out? Because obviously at the moment we've got X amount, we're reaching that or we're at capacity. So is there or has there been work or will there be work undertaken to determine how many more new or expanded services will be needed?
Yeah, as I explained before, it's in the very early negotiation stages, and the department have commenced very early discussions. But I do also note that there's the very first Education Ministers meeting coming up at the end of the month, and I'm sure that will be something that will be on the agenda as well.
Great, and you'll
I
be
look
attending
forward
that
to
meeting?
100% I will
Well,
be.
that's wonderful to hear. Minister, given the expected increase in early childhood education care participation, what strategies is the department looking at to put in place to recruit, train and retain early childhood educators and allied health staff across the Northern Territory?
I think, Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙍, I did talk about that before with the attracting and retaining teachers, and obviously it's something that is across Australia.
Yeah, so is that the same money, Minister, or is that a separate pool of funding?
Member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙍, there is a significant amount of work happening in the vet space to boost the industry numbers there and build capacity. But I can also get the Deputy Chief Executive of Schools, Pathways and Quality, Kathy White, to come forward and explain further.
Thank you for the question, Member for Goyder. Kathy White, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Skills, Pathways and Quality. Early childhood educators are a national skills shortage across the country, and in the Northern Territory we feel it very extremely. We are putting a significant amount of effort into our vocational education and training. The Cert 3 Early Education Childhood Education and Care is our top funded vocational education and training qualification, and it's the third top in our apprenticeship programs. So significant effort is going into thinking around building our own workforce. We also are working on bringing a workforce in from, and then we're also looking at, we've got the first in Australia PALM childcare pilot, where we've got workers coming from Papua New Guinea at the moment, working in Alice Springs and Katherine, and they're fitting in beautifully. So we know we have to think very creatively about how we make sure that we've got a good quality local first, but look in interstate and overseas to meet that need.
Great. Through the Minister, through the Chair, going through lots of people here. One, I just want to correct everyone. It's 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙎𝙎, not Goyder. I don't want to get the member for Goyder in trouble, poor bugger. So I just wanted to ask, through the Minister, Ms White spoke about the level of funding in the VET. What is that level currently for early childhood development?
Yep, Kathy.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks for the question, Member for Goyder. I can't give you the exact funding for childcare and education. I can give you student numbers, and I can give you a percentage of the total budget. So total funded students in community services, health and education, there were 1,924 so far this year. Last year there was 3,449, likely to be very similar. That community services, health and education is a top priority. At least $8 million of funding goes directly into that area. Yep. If you did want the exact breakdown, we'd take that on notice.
I might get you to take it on notice, Minister, if you can, because I'd be hoping, I'm just going to ask, I'll re-ask it. Yeah.
All right, last question before we go to
yes,
our
very
break.
Eager.
Member for Goyder, please restate the question for the record.
Okay. I have to remind myself what I was going to ask. Minister, could you please confirm what the level of funding is for early childhood education and care services, what the enrolment level is, and what proportion of the enrolment are male, female, and identify as Indigenous or non-Indigenous?
Minister, do you accept the question?
I note that that's a different question to Chair.
Point of order. Thank you. I accept that. I was going to ask follow-on questions, so if you want me to retract the other parts out of it, I am happy to do so.
We cannot get that level of detail, Member for Goyder, with the number of students, and because it's quite complex. But I will just. We can take it on notice, yep, and we can get the training data to
Great.
you.
Thank you, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you, Minister.
Okay. Do you need us to repeat the question again, or? Good. Okay, the question asked from the member for Goyder of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.4. And on that note, we will break at this point for half an hour. The time is 6:32. We'll return at 7:02. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Minister, how will the NT ensure that the pay conditions and entitlements for early childhood educators staff are competitive and reflect the new federal worker retention payment and other workforce initiatives?
Thank you for the question, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. This will be with the Department of Education, excuse me, continuing to work with the Australian government because that comes under their jurisdiction, and also that is also under review at the moment.
Yep, thank you. Minister, now I'm, God, we sound healthy, don't we? Minister, just wanting to follow on earlier, we spoke about training of staff or of Territorians to become early childhood educators, and you spoke about, well, not you, but the department spoke about the 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏 scheme. How many educators, early childhood educators in the Northern Territory have come in under the 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎 scheme?
I know that we have those 𝙍𝙬 workers in Catherine working, but I might just get the Deputy Chief Executive of Skills Pathways, Kathy White, to come and explain that more.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. There is only one 𝙍𝙬 pilot, and technically it is actually a program that the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations runs. We are involved with it because when the workers come to the Northern Territory, they do accredited training through CDU. There were 16 people who came in on this one national pilot. Following the pilot, it will be evaluated and they'll consider it whether that's a good outcome for the Northern for Australia more broadly.
Okay, thank you. And Minister, is there work being done with remote communities when people are leaving school, or through any Commonwealth initiative that you're aware of where we're able to capture people to potentially take on a role in the early childhood workforce?
Thanks, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. I'll let Kathy continue to talk about that. It's Trade, Business and Asian Relations question, though.
Not a problem. They're up tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow. Minister, what is the timeline for the public release of the Family as First Teacher report, and what are the reasons for the delay?
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. The NT Government is committed to continuing with the delivery of the FAFT program. Excuse me. In the scope of the FAFT evaluation included 40 very remote and urban FAFT sites that commenced operating from 2009 to 2023. The evaluation excluded the FAFT Stay, Play, Learn sites and the Learning with Families program, as they have a different program designing to the standard FAFT model. And the evaluation found that FAFT is delivering positive outcomes to children, families and communities. And the department is still considering the findings of the evaluation and its recommendations.
So thank you, Minister. Have you, God, have you seen the report, Minister?
Yes, Minister, I have seen that report. And I might just hand to the CE, Susan Bowden, to give you further information.
Yep. Thank you.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education. Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. The FAFT evaluation, we are still considering. There were a number of recommendations, and it's difficult for us to release it until we've finalised the NTRAI negotiations with the Australian Government. So once we've worked through those negotiations and the report is informing that we'll be in a position to release it.
Great. So just to confirm, Minister, that the report will be released once the negotiations have been completed?
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, yes, the plan would be to release it, but not until all those negotiations are finalised.
And Minister, are there any plans to increase the number of funded preschool hours or expand access to 3-year-olds? And if so, what budget provisions have been made available for this?
I do note, Member for Guyula, that does come under the negotiations that are under the preschool reform at the moment. But the 3-year-old preschool trial that you were talking about, that was actually under the previous government, which came to an end in December 2023. So,
so just through the Minister, sorry, are there plans to look at working in that space of 3-year-old preschool?
Currently, 3-year-olds can access 3-year-old preschool in remote areas, but there's no plans at this stage. No, there's no plans at this stage.
And that's only, through the chair, sorry, that's only a limited set number of hours that 3-year-olds can access.
Yeah, which is, we spoke about that earlier on, which is the 15 hours.
Yeah, and there's no plan currently, through the chair, to expand that at the moment.
No, not unless we get additional funding, and there was nothing really that came up. I mean, as I said, under your government, that finished in 2023, and there was obviously reasons why you didn't continue that on, but no, there are no plans, because those, given that, you know, should there be places in preschool, those children can go to preschool already, but the priority would be given to the 4-year-olds.
Thank you, Minister. Many remote communities lack mainstream style preschool facilities, making it difficult for children to access the guaranteed 15 hours of early childhood learning per week. What is being done to address access to services, particularly given access to culturally appropriate early childhood education is a closing the gap target?
Thank you, Member for Guyula, and we did talk about this before with the FAFT program and you know, what a FAFT program does. It's operated in many regional and remote communities to build capacity of families as they are their children's first teacher. I gave that story about the family in your electorate out at 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑𝘍𝙬𝙀, and there are many programs like that. There's actually many sites of where I think there's 55 family as first teacher program sites. Yeah, there's also family as first teachers, which is stay, play, learn through, you know, learning through their families coming in. But there's also child and family centres, place-based early childhood hubs centred around the integration of services, focusing on children and their families within a community. Those child and family centres provide a single point of contact for children and their families to connect with coordinated, universal, targeted and specialist services. There's also the remote early childhood and integrated services, which is working with the child and family centres directly. And in Darwin, there's also the Yingiya Centre in Wanguri, which I have actually been to with the member for Wanguri, and it's a fantastic centre for all different nationalities of. And just as I was saying, with that, with the negotiations with the Australian government on the early childhood and preschool reform, And as I said, going down to the Education Minister's meeting, we look forward to continuing the negotiations with the Australian Government re equitable funding for NT children to improve the access. And I think that's something that we certainly will continue to lobby the Australian Government for, to make sure that we get equitable funding, given the remoteness and the complexities of delivering programs across the territory. I can tell you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏, just under the minor new works, there is in progress at Borroloola for the new preschool playground, at Bradshaw Primary School, and at also Breitling Primary School, as well as the Driver Primary School upgrades to the playground. And that's it in the preschool space.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions on Output 1 for me.
Are there any other questions? Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, can you advise what planning is underway to provide foundational supports for children with disability, especially those who fall between mainstream services and the National Disability Insurance Scheme under early childhood?
I did just mention, Member for Johnson, about the Yingiya FAFT in Wanguri that provides childhood support for different nationalities and children with disabilities. And also foundational supports are specific supports outside the National Disability Incentive Scheme, NDIS, and will be delivered through a mix of new and reform programs and services, and will reflect the evidence of what works. And these supports will be phased in over time, with the initial rollout starting in the 2025-26 financial year.
Are you able to give any information apart from the centre in Wanguri about where that might be sitting?
Thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. The department is still working with other departments for this initiative, mainly Health and the Office of Disability, and so they're in the early negotiation stages at the moment, planning.
Thank you. And I think I heard you say you're expecting in 2025 to be some developments there. Is that correct?
Yes, Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Johnston, by the way, everyone. It's all right. Everyone does it. Mr. Johnston wouldn't be happy, but you know.
Are there any other questions on Output 1.1? That concludes consideration of Output Group 1. The committee will now consider Output Group 2, Government Education, Output 2.1, Preschool Education. Are there any questions?
Yes, I've got.
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎𝙏.
In relation to Output 2, Minister, the Better, Fairer Schools deal is meant to deliver an extra $1 billion into classrooms over the next 5 years. Why is there only an extra $50 million in this year's budget?
Thank you, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. So over the next few years, it will be a slow rollout of that. So there'll be, which was part of the negotiations. So in 2025, 59%. In 2026, there'll be another 59.15%. 2027, 59.3%. 2028, 59.55, to be in 2029, 60% of that funding delivered. So it's there will be a glide path up between now and 2029. And
so, Minister, just on that, are you able to provide, or is the department able to provide a breakdown of how that money you've just spoken about will roll out to schools over the 5 years, and what that funding contribution split will be between the NT and the Commonwealth?
so the breakdown of the Commonwealth government funding for 2025 is 59% from NT government and 24.92% from the Commonwealth government. Did I say NT government first? NT government was the first bit. Commonwealth government was 24.9, given a total of 83.92%. And there can only be that at the moment, but if you want more, Tony.
So, Minister,
I can pass that on to Tony to give more information if you like.
yeah, happy for you to pass it on, or I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
I will pass to Tony Considine, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Strategic and Business Services, Education and Training. Thank you, Member for Guyula.
I better try that again, eh? I'll say that again, so it's for the record. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member for Guyula, and Tony Considine, Deputy Chief Executive. Under the Better Fairer Schools Agreement, there were targets, and the Minister started to go through those targets, and the targets reflect both the NT government contribution and the Commonwealth contribution. Those targets rise over a period of time to reach 100%, which is the agreed standard. They rise in increments that are significantly more for the Commonwealth and a little bit less for us in terms of the incremental rise. That's why the amount increases over time. The final amount in dollar terms, though, is very difficult to determine because it's driven by our age grade census. What the age grade census does is every August we have a look at the numbers of kids in government schools and in non-government schools across the country. That determines the multiplier for the student amount that we get that helps us determine this. So I can't give you a final figure for that. What I can tell you is that increases over a period of time, and at the moment, we can only do 2025, the amount that's gone out to schools, because I can't give you, in a situation like this, an accurate figure.
So, Minister, is there forecasting done where you're able to provide a school-by-school breakdown of how that money will be distributed to each school over the next 5 years? It's not a set in concrete, but you would do projections based on the growth, yeah?
In short, Member for Guyula, no. When the budgets are released in October, then 2026 figures will be, out then with their school budget.
So, Minister, how many schools are having to fly or drive students to swimming pools to comply with your swimming lesson mandate?
Thank you, Member for Guyula. And yes, this was another election commitment that we rolled out, and we've spoken about this numerous times in Parliament. It was a $3 million commitment to NT schools to deliver free swimming and water safety lessons in 2025 for all children from years 1 to 6. And the Department of Education and Training has worked with Royal Lifesaving and 14 other providers to deliver the nationally accredited Swim and Survive program, and it's well underway. The department is supporting schools with implementation of swimming and water safety lessons for students in years 1 to 6 by doing the mapping of the schools to their nearest pool, investigating the portable alternatives for suitability, reducing the red tape through an online pre-populated excursion form, and progressing funding agreements to the non-government sector. So as of the 9th of May 2025, 33 schools have participated in a Swim and Survive program, with 3,648 students taking part in the Swim and Survive program in Term 1 2025. 16 of those 33 schools didn't deliver Swim and Survive in 2024, which means this year there are already more children gaining essential Swim and Survive skills with more to come. All of the NT government schools have received their funding, and non-government schools have received their grant funding. And I know that in the Barkly region, there was 4 school communities, I think, that came into to Tennant Creek and did their swimming lessons. So our data is about whether it's booked or not, and it's not actually about and how many students participate. The data is about whether it is booked and how many students participate, the level obtained. So, but the department does work with those schools to work out some of the complexities of getting them in. And, for example, very remote schools, I think Shepparton came in while we were in Parliament recently, and they are, the department is working with them with their excursions. So they came in on an excursion, but other schools come in at different times for excursions, and it's about the department working with them to make sure that when they come in, they use that time to potentially do their swimming lessons. A bit like some come in, go to the Michael Long Centre, where they come in and do swimming lessons as well. So the department is working closely with schools to provide that Swim and Survive to those schools that haven't done it already.
You made a commitment, you said, of $3 million. But is there also additional funds that are coming from the schools to allow for transportation, accommodation expenses, or is all of that coming out of the $3 million?
So through that $3 million, $80 per student goes to swimming tuition fees, and $70 is allocated for travel subsidies. But, for example, some schools might be close to a pool and they might walk there, so they don't need the travel subsidy. And to date, no schools have applied for additional financial support.
Okay, so just the initial fund is $150 per student, but you're saying that might vary, so it could be pooled across education because a school might live around the corner, or not, the school doesn't live around the corner, but the school's around the corner from a pool, so they don't have transportation costs, so that can be reallocated to a school that's got to factor in remote travel.
Yeah, so as I said, to date, no schools have applied for additional funding, but they can put in a request for additional financial support should they need to.
Thank you. And Minister, to you or your department's knowledge, what's the most remote school that's engaged in this swimming program to date?
I can give you some examples. So Amambidji School has accessed the program in Kununurra with Royal Life Saving NT. Bachelor Outdoor Education Centre has registered Swim and Survive partners, qualified swimming teachers, and working with Bachelor College to explore the opportunities for remote schools to access Swim and Survive program at the centre. Shepparton College is working with their urban satellite school to schedule programs as students attend urban excursions. Kintore Street School in the Big Rivers Region and Forest Parade School are planning to register as Swim and Survive program providers because they have their own purpose-built pools. Millingimby School in East Arnhem is being supported to run a Darwin-based program with Pymble Ladies College from Sydney. Pymble's Ladies College have a Swim and Survive aligned school based in New South Wales, and they'll send their qualified instructors up. What's so funny about that?
I thought you were going to say they were going to Sydney for their swimming lessons. I was like, well, that's going to cost a little bit more than $3 million.
Some of these, Pymble Ladies College may actually be paying for them, but they're bringing their instructors up, which I think is fantastic. And there's a lot of schools that have, whether it's through Yardamuru Foundation or whatever, they have great relationships with teaming up with other schools down south. It's a great thing to see. And Wallara School has successfully delivered a tailored swimming and water safety program, travelled by a community-funded bus to Yuendamu Pool each week for 8 weeks. So obviously you would know, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, what is extremely remote more than what I would. I'm very aware of places across the territory, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'd say Shepparton College, maybe Millingimby, as to which one's the most remote.
Thank you, Minister.
But the School of Sport helps coordinate that with the school as well through the Department of Education.
Have you been engaged, or has the department been engaged with any school across the territory who has considered putting in a pool?
Not that I'm aware of, but I've heard some great initiatives from other people that would be happy to do a mobile, pool out to communities. But no, and in short answer, no, I haven't heard of any. Have you?
No. I thought you'd be able to tell me if anyone's been to Clark Rubber.
No one's been to Clark Rubber. Just for the record, that's a joke, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎.
But. Yeah, well, I had to try. Great
pools there, though, I must say.
I might just try and bring it back a little bit here.
Sorry.
Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎.
Look, I was just engaging in some good chat with the Minister. Minister, some schools have told us that they are having to do land-based lessons. What is a land-based lesson?
I will start and then maybe the CE might follow on. But given that I did teach swimming many years ago in Katherine, taught swimming lessons. And so land-based lessons are where you are learning some, safety aspects of swimming. And there may be some children in those early years that might be a little bit too young to come into, from a remote setting. So therefore, they would do some land-based lessons. And I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that.
Yep. Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. The Royal Life Saving Australia do provide free online classroom resources for schools for, they call them dry land water safety education. And this can particularly support the younger children who you wouldn't necessarily take on an excursion when they're in those early years of primary school and are unable to travel some of those long distances to whatever the closest pool might be. And some of the sorts of things they do in those land-based lessons is not only, as the Minister was saying, around some general water safety, but also things like getting children used to having water splashed on their head. And so they do have some engagement with the water, but it's not obviously the same as if they were in a pool. but it is around general safety and how to be safe around the waterways in the Northern Territory.
And
For example, just to elaborate on it, it might be, you know, if they have a shallow pool, they might be putting their head in the water and blowing bubbles, or, as the CE said, you know, putting it over their head, a bit like you might do with your children in the bath. Not that you have children, but Leader of the Opposition certainly, I'm sure, has done that.
Thank you. No, I just had a picture of you doing it to me. It's quite scary. Member for Catherine, I'm just wanting to confirm, with the money, if there's a school that has a pool and they can't travel, are they able to reallocate the travel costs to help with some upgrades of the pool? Like, I'm just thinking, Yingiya's got a pool, Arayonga's got a pool. I'm only just using these because they're in my, like, Kintor's got a pool. Where schools don't have to travel but the pool needs upgrades, can they redirect or can they seek a department support to redirect to upgrade the pool?
So those pools, Member for Guyula, are normally community pools. The funding for the Swimming in Schools program is specifically for the children. So, for example, at Yingiya, if they walk to the pool, they would get the money for the child to do the swimming program, or whether it be in 𝙍𝙬𝙉𝙍 or those other communities as well, for the tuition, which is $80. Was it?
Yes, correct, $80.
Yeah.
The only reason, just an example, is Kintor Pool is not operational at the moment, so their kids can't do lessons there. Is there an opportunity at all for any of those negotiations to take part?
So potentially they could apply for minor new works.
Yeah.
If it's a department asset, but if it's a community asset, I'm sure there's other avenues they can apply for funding. And
So some of them sit on the department.
yeah. So some of them you could potentially ask Minister Edgington tomorrow, maybe, about that question in Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to further elaborate as well, Minister. You did speak about earlier the school-based policing program, which hasn't yet started. So I'm just wanting to confirm, you did confirm though that it would be coming out of the Education Department's budget.
Can I just interrupt? I'm not sure that we're still on output 2.1, which is preschool education.
No, you would be right. Yeah.
Maybe can I just double check and see if we've got any more questions around
sure.
output 2.1, preschool education? Okay, so that concludes consideration of output 2.1. I will now call for questions on output 2.2, primary years education. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Guyula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Minister, just wanting to confirm, you did talk about school-based policing program and that it hadn't commenced yet, but that it wasn't going to be paid for by the Northern Territory Police. And the Chief Minister did say that it was coming from education. Can you confirm if this is coming out of the Better, Fairer funding agreement or out of classroom funding?
Just quickly double checking one more time. I know that school-based police officers are in senior years. I'm not sure that they're in any primary schools anymore. So we might be
none
moving
in primary
towards-
schools? Okay.
Sorry. Member for Guyula, they are in the middle schools as they are at the moment and senior schools.
Through the chair, can I ask Minister, does that process for the allocation, does that relate to remote schools? Because often they don't have a separate primary school and high school campus. So could we ask in the context of a remote school, and how many remote schools have school-based police officers?
Maybe we can ask that in, all of the ones that they are all in a different output in seniors.
Okay, so can I just confirm, and I do apologise, Minister, for that. Can you? I'm happy to ask that question in the secondary. So can you confirm? Are there still visiting police who have a role with education in remote schools? I only ask because sometimes there's not a high school or a primary school. It's one campus.
So that was published in the police budget. I think you've missed your boat on that one. That was
No, they said that
said it was
education's paying
education
for it. The
paying for
police
it.
minister and the acting police commissioner both said that the $3 million for school-based police was coming out of the education department's budget, and we should ask the education minister.
Yeah, so it's centrally, the police charge the department centrally for that.
Minister, through the chair, are you saying centrally to the Department of Education, or who's the centre?
Yes.
So
yeah,
we
the
should be
police
asking you.
charge the department centrally for the education department.
Yeah, so that means you're paying for that service, essentially, as a...
The education department is charged for it, yes.
Yeah, so we can ask you, because you're the department, it's your budget in education.
So I'll ask the
In follow up to that, there's none in primary schools, which is we're on early education still.
Okay, so normally the police would just be then visiting to build a relationship in the school. It's no education has no funding commitment in primary schools.
If they are going to primary schools, they would be. It's about building relationships and in remote communities. I would think that they would have a very good relationship with schools in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other further questions on output 2.2, primary years education? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair. I have some questions about education in Holtz, in youth detention, youth corrections. I don't know what the terminology is, but you know.
Just again, was
secondary. Okay.
Still in the primary years.
And would that be the same for questions which are, I think you said earlier, questions around students with disability will come into 2 point what?
I would think that would be in primary years.
I'm in the right output. Take your wins. Can you, Minister, can you confirm whether disability loadings allocated under the schooling resource standard are being fully passed on to mainstream NT schools?
Sorry, Member for Johnson. Thank you for the question. So NT students are supported through a range of mechanisms, including $99.4 million in 2025 calendar year for direct school resourcing through student needs-based and targeted funding to schools, which is an increase of $4.6 million compared to 2024. There's $16.7 million budget allocated in 25-26 financial year to support schools through programs and direct service delivery from regionally based multidisciplinary teams comprised of social workers, psychologists, inclusion advisors, speech therapists, occupational therapists, behaviour support coaches. Direct service delivery supports whole school approaches, small groups and individual needs. And there was 112 service-based multidisciplinary team positions were filled. 72 of 112 service-based multidisciplinary teams were filled. Of the 112 positions, 85 are professional client service roles with 54 currently filled. 27 are support roles for professional practice and training for all staff employed in multidisciplinary teams and providing advice and intake functions to school, with 18 currently filled. The school resourcing for students with disability is based on the NCCD data on school students with disability, which is a mandatory annual collection of information on Australian students receiving adjustments to access education. So in 2024, the proportion of NT students receiving disability adjustments was 32.9% compared with 25.7% nationally.
Thank you, Minister. So what I'm interested in is whether the disability loadings allocated under the schooling resource standard are being fully passed on to mainstream NT schools.
I'll just get the CE, Susan Bowden, to give you a bit more information.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education and Training, member for Johnston. The school resourcing standard is funding for the system as a whole. So there's a large proportion, most of it does go directly to the schools, and then there is a component, as the Minister just outlined, that funds the central-based services and programs.
Can you outline what proportion is retained centrally?
The funding that goes direct to the schools through the school resourcing, through the students' needs-based funding model and targeted funding is 99.4 million. The budget that's used to fund our multidisciplinary teams who provide support for our students is 16.7 million.
Out of a total of?
The total.
Can you just clarify the question, depending whether we take it on notice or not?
So what I'm interested in is what's the total allocation of disability loading under the school resource standard, and how much of that is centrally held and how much of it is distributed to students directly or allocated to students directly?
So the figures that I gave you and the CE gave you of the 99.4 and the 16.7 is the funding.
Is the total funding? So both of those go to particular programs, is that correct? Or
so the 99.4 million in 2025 calendar year is for direct school resourcing through student needs-based and targeted funding to schools, which is an increase of 4.6 compared to 2024. And the 16.7 million budget allocated in 2025-26 financial year is to support schools through programs and direct service delivery from regionally based multidisciplinary teams, which, as I said, was comprised of your social workers, psychologists, inclusion, advisors, therapists.
In light of the Disability Royal Commission's recommendations to invest in inclusive education, can you speak to the way funding is allocated and whether there's any reforms being considered to shift funding and policy towards mainstream inclusion for students with disability?
I'll pass on to the CE for that answer. Thank you.
Susan Bowden, Chief Executive, Department of Education. Thank you, Member for Johnston. The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with a Disability has handed down its report, as you know, in September 2023. There are a number of recommendations which were specific to education that were accepted in principle. The particular recommendation that you're referring to, that there was a mixed view even within the Commission themselves around I think your question was around mainstream versus students going into particular high support needs schools. So certainly there was a mixed review from the Commission on that. In the Northern Territory, where have got a very strong history of high supports needs schools in the Northern Territory, we provide parents with the opportunity to choose which education provision, whether it be mainstream or a high support needs school, is going to best meet the needs of their child. So we will continue to be offering both options. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll leave that there, actually. I can put the rest in as written questions given time. I'm happy to do that.
Are there any other questions on output 2.2 primary years education?
I have one.
Yep, Member for Guyula.
Minister, earlier this year I tabled a petition on behalf of concerned parents and community members regarding the 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙬𝙎𝙎 kiss and go. Can you confirm that there is money in the budget to rectify this issue with the current kiss and go?
So thank you, Member for Guyula, for the question. In the there's 800,000 on the 25-26 minor new works program to undertake an internal traffic upgrade, including reduction of hazards to pedestrians and students entering and leaving the school. And the current scope for the works will explore the viability of a kiss and go internally on school grounds, as well as a covered walkway to the bus interchange. So that's been in collaboration with DLI.
And it'll be in the 2025-26 minor new works.
Yeah, and it'll be in the, yeah, so that, in the 2025-26 minor new works. Thank you for the question.
So through the chair, there's no money in this current budget to move the kiss and go. Rather undertake a study.
Thank you, Member for Guyula. I'll just bring Adam Walding, Acting Deputy Chief Executive, Department Logistics and Infrastructure, forward.
Adam Walding, Deputy CE, Department of Logistics and Infrastructure. 800,000 is on program. That'll get the design, the initial study done and some of the construction works. Once the design's finalised, if we need some additional money, we'll work with our colleagues at Department of Education to get some additional money to finish it off and put it in place.
So through the chair, Minister, your colleague, the Deputy Chief Minister, often talks about things going over or under. Do you think that $800,000 is enough to move the kiss and go?
Given my background, Member for Guyula, that's probably not in my scope of, so that's probably, again, something for Adam Walding. Thank you.
Yeah, Adam Warding, thanks for the question, Member for Guyula. At this stage, yes, it is. The initial discussions and the initial look at the design is around the 800,000. Again, as we go through the detailed design, as we find out if there's any issues with the land, or we find some of that lovely asbestos underground or anything else, obviously the budget will change. But at this stage, that's the budget, that's the allocation that we're working to.
And I would just like to add to that, that given the constraints of the budget as we have it, we certainly would not like to think that that would go over, and there's a budget for a reason, and then all projects are to work to that budget. But as Adam has said, you know, potentially they may need some more, but we certainly hope not.
Thank you, Minister. I'll be keeping an eye on that one.
Let's
will be too.
Let's hope the member for Guyula doesn't have to kiss that project goodbye.
No more comments like that.
He will not be. He will
Okay,
be.
are there
will
any
be
more
delivering
questions
that.
on output 2.2?
No.
Sorry.
I want to go to 2.3, Madam Chair. Yeah.
So that concludes consideration of output 2.2. We will now consider output 2.3, secondary years education. Are there questions? Member for Guyula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just following through again on the school-based policing program with the budget, can you confirm where that funding is coming from? Are those school-based constables coming out of the Better, Fairer funding agreement or out of classroom funding?
Thank you, Member for Guyula. The funding for the school-based police is reprioritised, and it is from within the department funds centrally, not schools.
Okay, so it's within central funding, and that will be managed by education. You said, Minister, that there was going to be 16, is that correct?
I don't think I gave you a number before, but I will just follow up with that. So, do you want the number at the moment of school-based?
Yeah, I'd like the number of how many school-based constables at the moment, and then how many school-based constables there will be when the funding kicks in.
Currently, there are 15 school-based constables at Tennant Creek High School, Catherine High School, Centralian Middle School, Centralian Senior College, Casuarina Senior College, Darwin High. It's school-based. Dripstone Middle, Nightcliff Middle, Sanderson Middle, Palmerston College, Tamimian College, Nhulunbuy High School. So they're either an auxiliary or a constable, totalling 15. So as for the next lot of school-based police coming in, there's work being done to scope for the expansion of that program. So that'll be, I think the acting Commissioner spoke about that the other day, the School-Based Aboriginal Liaison Officer Initiative, which is currently in development and is a collaborative program between NT Police Force and Department of Education and the local schools.
Thank you. So, Minister,
I look forward to that rolling out.
There's two parts to your response. One is what's the formula that's going to be used to determine what schools get a constable in your new formula? And then the second part is you just mentioned then about when the Aboriginal liaison officers are rolled out. What's the difference in the methodology or the formula around what schools get a constable, what schools get an Aboriginal liaison?
I think that is still being scoped and it's too early to say exactly. But for example, you know, in some areas, and I'll give an example of in Catherine, you know, there's the Aboriginal liaison officers are extremely well known throughout the community. They have great relationships with young people, youth, students at the school, whether they work in, after school programs or youth programs across the community. I think that the excitement of, expanding on the program is the relationships that those people have with their community, which is extremely important. So that's all, still to be determined.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Now, you've said that school-based constables are for secondary school, or traditionally they're in secondary schools. Is that the same for Aboriginal liaison officers?
So with that one there, you're asking early on about primary, because obviously in very remote settings they are both. And so those liaison officers will potentially, in some very remote areas, be, given that they're primary through to secondary education, they will be in that setting. So.
Do you have questions? Okay. The Leader of the Opposition, I'm doing it now. The Leader of the Opposition has 2 follow-on questions.
Thank you. Through the Chair. Minister, you mentioned 11 schools when you said what schools were out. Can I just confirm that there's 15 of the constables spread over the 11, or have I missed some of the names?
That's correct, because some of them have 2. For example, Tuminmin have 2.
Yeah.
And Palmerston have 2, because they're quite considerably bigger schools.
Thank you. And do they get the bigger allocation based on the department's requests, or is that from the police?
That's determined by the number of students, given that both those schools are high in numbers.
Thank you. And just as the member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎 asked, I know you're still detailing the work that will come forward that the police have proposed around the Aboriginal liaison officers being engagement. Just a heads up, through your next portfolio, I'll be asking about some of the entitlements for those Aboriginal liaison officers who are obviously now doing more duties, but they do not get the same entitlements as their fellow constables. Being asked, and you've already spoken about the great engagement that they offer in Katherine, but they're not actually being financially compensated for that extra work which their colleagues are doing, which their colleagues get the entitlements for, including housing. So just in terms of this conversation, I'll follow that up in the next portfolio of OCP.
I think that potentially would have been a question for police, and you may have to take
they kicked it down to you, so through OCP.
Okay.
So I'm just giving you the heads up now because it does relate to the education piece.
And just through the Minister, through the Chair to the Minister, Aboriginal liaison officers will also be paid for by education and not police.
So the Aboriginal liaison officers that are in the school-based policing program will be funded by the Department of Education.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Minister, I know we've spoken about this before. The transition from middle schools was announced, obviously, by the former government. You said the CLP government would not be getting rid of middle schools. 3 days later, the now Chief Minister said we need to go back to 7 to 12. So it looks like the old Chief Minister there won that battle. Have you been able to agree on a pathway forward for children, and what's the timeline on that?
I actually think I've answered that question earlier on.
But we're in this output, so you might want to have a go.
I can certainly have a go, but I've already answered the question.
Well, let's go.
But I did answer it in the opening statement, but I also did answer it again in another question. The timeline for the middle school is to be started next year. There's been a considerable amount of consultation that's happened from term 1 this year. As I said, I've been to some of the consultation periods that have happened, like at Darwin Middle and Darwin High. I've also been down to Alice Springs to hear the concerns in your neck of the woods, Member for 𝙍𝙬 about Centralian Middle and Centralian Senior College. It's about creating pathways for all students to complete their NT Certificate of Education and Training to achieve core literacy, numeracy and work readiness skills. That program, as I said, will start next year and finish in 2028.
Yep. So is there priority through the Chair, Minister? Has the government made a determination which region they're going to start the transition in first? Like, have you decided it's going to be Alice Springs or is it going to be Darwin?
So all of that's taken into consideration in the consultation phase. There's 9 schools that take in this middle school reform, and that's something that the department will work out in due course. If you want more information, maybe David Artoy could come in, or Paul Van Holsten, Deputy Chief Executive of Schools, can give you more information.
Thank you for the question. Paul Van Holstein, Deputy Chief Executive Schools with the Department of Education and Training. There was extensive consultation in Term 1 with a number of proposals. On the basis of that, excuse me.
There's some water there if you want.
First time I've had to say anything all day and my voice isn't ready for it.
We're all going like it now.
On the basis of that consultation, the Minister's taking a proposal to Cabinet for Government's final decision about the exact composition of those schools, certainly with commencement in 2026 and a phased transition.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, how many school counsellors are currently employed by the Department of Education and how many additional do you intend to recruit?
Thanks, Member for 𝙍𝙬, for the question. School counsellors have historically been qualified social workers or psychologists who hold professional registration with the relevant professional board. Obviously, there's a national skills shortage of these professionals, so the department has worked with OCPE to have some qualifications changes to the qualification. To strengthen the service delivery, the department is redesigning existing roles and establishing a dedicated team of school counsellors based full-time in schools, unlike under the previous government where they all went to the Mitchell Centre. They'll be supported by team leaders responsible for professional supervision. From semester 2 2025, 10 school counsellors will be based in a designated school, and just today we announced $1.9 million for as an election commitment to fund more school counsellors. This will see more schools receiving a dedicated school-based counsellor over time, and we know that young people in schools, when they need to go and talk to someone, it's important that they actually have someone behind a door rather than pick up a phone and have that counselling session. The new team of school counsellors will complement the existing multidisciplinary teams made up of social workers, psychologists, senior teachers, occupational therapists, speech pathologists and positive behaviour coaches. The schools at the moment, without a designated school counsellor, will continue to receive school-based wellbeing support. As of 26th of March, there were 19 employed counsellors by the department. But there is a recruitment drive on at the moment with the announcement that we just did today.
Thank you, Minister. And through the Chair, just as a follow-up, where are those 19 based?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. There is 8 in Darwin, 5 in Top End, 2 in your neck of the woods in East Arnhem. There are 2 in Barkly. There's 2 in Central. Yeah, sorry, as at the 26th of March.
Thank you. And Minister, can you confirm that all of those 19 are based in a school and not in the department office of those regions or here in Mitchell Centre?
Those ones that I've just read out to you then is a mix of both, but the new ones that we have just announced today, they will be in schools.
Thank you. And Chair, just for clarification, so that'll be 19 plus 10, so that'll make a total of 29. Is that correct?
That's correct, but there are some vacancies still recruiting too.
And Minister, how many of those vacancies exist currently?
As at the 26th of March, Leader of the Opposition, there was 11 vacancies.
So 11 out of the 19 were vacant.
There's not 19 are employed and there's 11 vacancies.
Okay, so going to a previous question, so it'll be if you had the full cohort of school counsellors, you would have the 30 positions already plus another 10, which would then mean 40, not 29 as I asked earlier, which you answered to.
That's correct, with the new ones coming on, 40 total.
No further questions on that output.
Are there any other further questions? Member for Johnston?
Thank you. In relation to youth education and detention, can you explain if a young person has a school support plan that's funded, how's that transferred to them when they are in detention?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. I'll refer that to Deputy Chief Executive Paul van Holstein.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Member for Johnston. Paul van Holstein, Deputy Chief Executive Schools. The level of resourcing in Tivendale is very high compared with what it would be in a school, and it is equivalent to the level of resourcing that we would have in our special schools or special centres. In terms of the plan, it's about ensuring the information about the young person is passed on to the educators at Tivendale, and then also at the end of the young person's time in detention, through the through care planning, the plan and the support for the disability is then conveyed back to the host school so that the young person can be supported to be successful.
So there's a transfer of information but not funds, is that correct?
Each site is funded according to its own funding methodology.
Sorry, I mean if there's funding allocated to a particular student, that funding is not transferred, but the information around their plan may be.
Under our funding model, NCCD funding is allocated according to the 2 points in the year. So if a student's moving from school to school outside of those points, the funding doesn't follow the child, if that makes sense. So it would actually retain in the school where they have that enrolment at the point that the funding model is determined.
But the support plan would be transferred.
And it may look different because obviously the context's different. So the nature of support that a young person may need to have whilst in detention or whilst in a community may be different. So it still is contextualised to the school, but the information about the student should travel with the student.
And who kind of coordinates that? Who oversees that?
So there are a range of functions that do so. Through the Youth Court program, we have staff that support with that process, and that allows obviously information to be passed to the court, so the court has that information as well, but also then supporting young people to enrol into programs. In partnership with Corrections, there's the SATS team, which is the Specialised Assessment and Treatment Services, and Education work closely in partnership with the SATS team to understand the needs of the young people and to develop plans to support those plans. In terms of through care planning at the end of detention, the Tivendale staff will make contact with the school in the destination or the originating community or school location. In the event where it may be unclear where the young person's going to enrol post that time in Tivendale, they'll actually stay on the top end school of flexible learning role so that we maintain line of sight to that young person and can support them into their next learning endeavour.
Thank you. And do bail support programs have teachers and vet trainers at each location?
Thank you, Paul Van Holstein, Deputy Chief Executive, Dept Schools, Department of Education and Training. There are 3 bail supporter residential facilities across the territory. There's 2 facilities, one in Darwin and one in Tennant Creek. The models change a little bit in different locations, again, to be contextualised to the environment. In Darwin, the model is operated by First Steps, and we do, through Top End School of Flexible Learning, deliver a learning program on site there. However, young people in that program also access activities and, for instance, vocational education training, either at other campuses of Top End School of Flexible Learning or through the Palmerston Youth Skills Centre, for instance. In Tennant Creek, students in that program either access vocational education and training learning programs through the Juno Centre. They can also enrol in Tennant Creek High School. And in Alice Springs and the bail support facility, students are supported to take advantage of the education and training programs across the education spectrum in Alice Springs.
And is there data available on the educational outcomes of young people who've been through these programs? I know that it will be there'll be a lot of detail there.
And it's sometimes difficult to see the big trends in this picture because the numbers of young people tend to be quite low, particularly through the bail supported accommodation. For instance, in Tivendale, through the learning program that's offered there, we do have students undertaking Stage 1 and Stage 3 through Northern Territory School of Distance Education. In addition to that, students are undertaking scaffolded and differentiated learning aligned to the Australian curriculum, with Indigenous perspectives embedded in the curriculum. Certainly in Tivendale as well, we've had a range of vocational education training programs in there. Often it might not be a full certificate completion, but it may be competencies or skill sets towards a full certificate. And then also things like first aid courses, white cards. So there are a range of outcomes that are achieved through those programs.
Do you have data on how many young people exit into mainstream or flexible learning courses at centres or other courses to complete things that they have begun while they're in Tivendale?
Yeah, one of the benefits of both Tivendale and the Darwin Bail Support Facility is that young people in those programs are already accessing education programs in the community. So there is currently one young person in Tivendale that accesses a course through the Palmerston Skills Centre, and similarly through the Darwin Bail Support Facility. They are already accessing courses through these other mechanisms, which makes that through care and the transition post either bail or post detention more streamlined.
And for young people who might be, for example, doing Year 10, do you have data on the outcomes post release of?
We don't specifically collect that data on that cohort.
Okay. And a broader question for the Minister: what response has Department of Education had to the Office of Children's Commission of Vulnerable Children report in 2024, came out October 2024?
Thanks, Member for Johnson. The department has had a number of meetings with the Children's Commissioner, but I'll just pass to Dheran Young to give you a more fulsome answer.
Thank you for the question. Dheran Young, Deputy Chief Executive of the Early Years and School Services. Both the Chief Executive and myself have met with the Children's Commissioner a number of times where we've discussed the reports, but also updated her on the kind of work we've been doing in this space that my colleague just detailed. An important piece of work that we've undertaken is around the continuum of support for young people and vulnerable people that are engaged with the youth justice system. Also the work we're doing in partnership with DCF through the Circuit Breaker program and initiatives like that. But also we facilitate conversations with the Children's Commissioner and our Youth Voice Peak Group and the Leaders of Tomorrow. And as they identify priority areas that they want to be having input around system reform and strategy development, they're linking back to some of the key reports that have come out of the Office of the Children's Commissioner. So there's been a lot of two-way conversations and increased sharing of information of the work that we're doing in this space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on. Yeah.
Are there any further questions on Output 2.3 secondary years? One. Member for Guyula.
Minister, given that we're in Output secondary years education, which includes vet and schools, does the department have any data on the number of students who achieve a certificate through a vet program at schools and then leave? So what percentage of people who either drop out in year 10, 11, 12 or graduate have achieved a certificate of some sort?
So in senior years education, students obtaining an NCCET, there were 407 that exceeded non-Aboriginal students, and Aboriginal students there were 68.
Sorry, Minister, can you just put your microphone on?
I'm so
You might
sorry.
want to start again.
I'll start again. Thank you, Member for Guyula, for the question. In the senior years education, students attaining an NTCET, non-Aboriginal students, there was 407 that exceeded. There was 68 Aboriginal students that exceeded. And there's also in the training and higher education, there was 552 students who completed a Cert 2, 3 or 4 qualification. And just keeping in mind that, you know, vet is a great pathway to attain an NTCET, and we see this happening right across the territory. There's also the vet graduates in employment or further study. There was 94% that exceeded. But I can, if you want more information, I can pass on to Kathy White to give you some more information.
So just to repeat part of the question, sorry, before we begin. So how many students, you know, either got a certificate 1, 2 or 3 in something and then got their NTCET, or then left the school before completing their NTCET? So they've got at least a certificate to go out into the world with, as well as, you know, how many of them got their NTCET. Does that make sense?
And I'd just like to say, Member for Guyula, sorry, I was just reading you the non-government. There's also government information. I've just got all my paperwork. I'll just let Kathy answer the question. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question, Member for Guyula. It is an excellent question and we're really interested in vet pathways. It was quite a big, broad question around completions and whether students are completing during the time that they're at school. If I could answer the question just using those students that did a formal school-based apprenticeship or traineeship and completed that in school, that might give you an idea of the numbers. And certainly we're very keen to have more pathways, because once they're connected to an employer, they're more likely to complete So in 2025, we had 344 school-based apprentices and trainees. Of those, 110 were First Nations school-based apprentices and trainees. The top qualifications, which I think are really interesting and relevant, Cert 3 Electrotech, so one of our top skills shortages, 44 students in 2025. Cert 3 Allied Health Assistants, again, a very big skill shortage. Cert 3 Early Childhood Education and Care, which we've got a question on notice, 32 students, and then 27 in Cert 2 Carpentry. As far as how many of them actually completed the full qualification while they're still at school, we would probably need to take that on notice to do a little bit more of that completion analysis for you. And those who used it for an NTC ET pathway is quite high. So we can also get that for you.
Member for Guyula, please restate the question for the record.
Minister, how many students used a Cert 1, 2 or 3 that they undertook at Vetton schools to achieve an NTCET? And how many students have achieved at least a Certificate 1 in something, if not a Certificate 1, 2 or 3, through VET in schools, who have then become a school leaver?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do.
The question asked by the member for Guyula of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.5. And on that note, I think we'll take a quick 5-minute comfort break. The time is now 8:24. We'll return at 8:30. Welcome back, everyone. Just double checking for the record, is there any further questions on Output 2.3 secondary education?
No.
This concludes consideration of Output 2.3. The committee will now proceed to Output 2.4 international education. While the Minister for Education and Training is responsible for the delivery of education services to international students in NT government schools, I note that questions relating to international education strategy should be directed to the Minister for International Education, Migration and Population when she appears before the committee tomorrow afternoon.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
No. We'll wait for her.
One question, Member for Cromer.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regards to delivery of education services to international students in NT government schools, can you just give me a quick overview of what are those services and what schools are we talking about?
Thank you, Member for Karama, for the question. The funding, sorry, actually, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, so just in regards to the delivery of education services to international students in NT government schools, can you give me an overview of what are those services and what schools are we talking about?
Thanks, Member for Karama. The funding contributes to services and capacity building for international partnerships, student programs, marketing and promotional activities to increase the number of fee-paying students and study tours in NT government schools. Providing international education supports the NT government's broader objective of rebuilding the economy by providing services that improve the attraction of the NT as a study destination. The majority of the fee-paying international students in NT schools are dependents of other international students who are primarily the visa holder, and the department provides a full fee waiver for dependents of CDU, Masters by Research and PhD scholarship recipients to attend an NT government school, and a 40% fee reduction for the dependents of any other international student type, including vocational education and training, the VET students, and the department works closely with Study NT, obviously through the Department of Trade, Business, Asian Relations, to ensure its provisions of education services to international students are in line with government objectives. In 2025, there are 4 schools in Darwin delivering international education programs: Anula Primary School, Moyle Primary School, Sanderson Middle School and Darwin High School. And the budget allocated for intensive English units is $3.819 million.
Thank you. And refugees or children of refugees doing English language training, is that one of the cohorts maybe?
Yeah, so the Anula Primary School, and I know that because a girlfriend of mine's daughter used to work at Anula Primary School, and they do have a large cohort of those children at that school.
Right, thank you. And do we have a number for the total number of international students that we're servicing?
So the full and discounted fee-paying international students in government schools in April 2024 was 229. 229 students in April 2025 was the amount of students.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on Output 2.4? That concludes consideration of Output 2.4 and Output Group 2. The committee will now move on to Output Group 3, Non-Government Education, Output 3.1, Primary and Secondary Years Education. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output Group 3. The committee will now consider Output Group 4, Training and Higher Education, Output Group 4.1, Training. Are there any questions?
We put ours on notice.
That concludes...
Just, sorry.
Member for Cromer.
Clarification. If I want to ask a question about Charles Darwin University, do I do it here or higher education, or is it somewhere else? I'm in the right output. Okay. Can you tell me, and I'm just assuming it comes from the Department of Education, but how much funding does the Northern Territory Government give to Charles Darwin University per annum?
Thank you, Member for Karama. The 2025-26 budget allocated to Charles Darwin University is $60.4 million, including $45 million for the provision of VET, $9.3 million to support delivery of higher education, $4.1 million for VET in schools, and $1.9 million for the remote Aboriginal teacher education program, and $0.5 million for work integrated learning scholarships.
And do you have an idea of what proportion that $60.4 million is of the total funding to CDU? Because I'm sure they get funding through the federal government as well.
That's a question for CDU.
I'm just trying to get the proportion of our funding, that's all. 50%, 60%.
No, Member for Karama, we don't have that information.
Righto. Thanks very much, then. No further questions.
Any further questions on Output 4.1?
No.
No. That concludes consideration of Output 4.1. The committee will now proceed to Output 4.2, Higher Education. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output 4.2 and Output Group 4. The committee will now call for questions on Output Group 5, Corporate and Shared Services, Output 5.1, Corporate and Governments. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output 5.1. The committee will now move on to Output 5.2, Shared Services Received. Are there any questions? No. Okay, that concludes our consideration of Output 5.2 and Output Group 5. That concludes consideration of outputs relating to the Department of Education and Training. On behalf of the committee... Sorry?
I just have a couple of follow-ups to questions on notice.
Okay.
Madam.
Put them on the record now. Sure.
So the question 6.1 was how many students on intensive support are currently not being funded under the Commonwealth funding agreement. The students eligible for Australian Government funding under the Better Fairer Schooling Agreement School Resourcing Standard is defined by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, National Schools Statistics Collection Business Rules. In 2024, there were 1,628 students on the intensive support roll. At the August age grade census, 194 of those students were eligible for funding under the BFSA. There are additional funding streams, Australian Government and Northern Territory Government, used to provide intensive case management support to students on the intensive support roll and their families, including central and regional school attendance officers and student engagement officers. And in that 1,628, just to note that this total includes 69 preschool students on the intensive support roll who are not funded through the BFSA. And the next answer to question number 6.4 from the member for Guyula. Could you please confirm the level of VET funding for early childhood education and care services and what the enrolment level is, and what proportion of the enrolment is male, female, or identifies as Indigenous or non-Indigenous. Funding for early childhood education qualifications total is $5,106,566. And the NT government-funded students in early childhood education qualifications by Aboriginal status, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander 220, which is 26%, and non-Aboriginal is... Okay, sorry, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander ones are actually 251, which is 26%, and the non-Aboriginal is 712, which is a total of 963, and 98 out of those 963 are people with disability. Oh, yeah. And following on from the member for Goyder's question, in 2024, 50.6% of NTCET completers did VET, and 29.8 required VET to complete.
Thank you, Minister. So that concludes consideration of outputs relating to the Department of Education and Training. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the departmental officers who provided advice to the Minister today. Minister, would you like any closing remarks?
And I'd just like to say thank you very much. I know estimates is a very busy time for everyone. I really appreciate the effort that the department and everyone in the background has done in getting all the folders together and all the information together so that we can provide answers to, especially the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝘀𝙑𝘎.
Thank you, everyone. The committee will now move on to consider outputs relating to the public service portfolio. We'll give them a couple of minutes to swap over. On a Monday night. We appreciate your time. I note that while the outputs relating to the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment sit with the Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet, the Minister for Public Service is the responsible minister. Minister, I invite you as the Minister for Public Service to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an opening statement regarding the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to commence by acknowledging the staff from the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment who are attending as witnesses for today's estimate proceedings, starting with the Commissioner for Public Employment, Nicole Herwood. Joining the Commissioner this evening is Brad Jackson, Senior Director of Employee Relations, Hayley Green, Director of Strategic Workforce Planning and Development, Ursula White, down the end, Director of the Aboriginal Employment and Career Development, and Courtney Marby, Senior Director of the Public Sector Appeal and Grievance Reviews. The Commissioner's Office is a small independent office within the Department of the Chief Minister and Cabinet. And the Commissioner has significant responsibilities for managing the employment arrangements for the public service. Under the Public Sector Employment and Management Act 1993, the Commissioner is deemed the statutory employer of all public servants employed under the Act. This means the Commissioner, through her office, is responsible for enterprise agreement negotiations and has the power to set terms and conditions of employment for NTPS employees. It also means the Commissioner is the employer representative in matters pertaining to the Fair Work Commission, such as industrial disputes, general protections, claims, bullying, complaints and unfair dismissals. The Commissioner is responsible for ensuring public sector agencies, chief executives and employees uphold the principles outlined in the Act, including the Administration Management Principle, which ensures the public sector is structured and managed in an efficient and effective way, responds to the needs of the community and government. The Human Resource Management Principle, which ensures the public sector is focused on employment based on the principle of merit and that employees are provided equitable treatment in their employment, including through their remuneration, their access to training and development, and in their access to redress when they are adversely affected by improper or unreasonable decisions, and the Performance and Conduct Principle, which requires that a public sector officer must abide by the Code of Conduct and undertake their duties with integrity to the best of their ability and in a way that does not bring the public service into disrepute. For financial purposes, the Officer of the Commissioner for Public Employment is identified as an output group of the Chief Minister and Cabinet's 24-25 budget and had a budget of $6.736 million and a staffing profile of 32.68 FTE to deliver against 4 outputs reflecting the responsibilities of Employee and Industrial Relations, Workforce Planning and Development, Aboriginal Employment and Career Development, and Public Sector Appeals and Grievances. Key highlights in the reporting period. The Commissioner for Public Employment has worked with agency chief executives and unions to manage the machinery of government change process, which realigned the public service structure into 18 smaller, more technically focused agencies focused on delivering on our top priorities to reduce crime, rebuild the economy and restore the Territory lifestyle. These changes also intended to empower quicker and informed decisions much closer to the ground, and CEOs have been challenged to consider how they can do their work more efficiently and effectively. A significant amount of work has occurred in all agencies to ensure their budgets and staffing profiles are realigned to reflect the work they need to do to make the changes that Territorians want. Importantly, through the machinery of government process, we made no cuts to the public service and delivered the change at no cost. The chief executives appointed to lead the 18 government agencies are all Northern Territory based and bring a diverse range of expertise and experiences. 8 of the appointed chief executives were already in senior leadership roles. 7 were promoted from within the NTPS. 3 of the new chief executives came from outside of the government. Having Territorians leading our government agencies means we have senior leaders who deeply understand the Northern Territory context, and they are connected to the community and they are committed to delivering on our priorities. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment plays a key part in supporting to deliver the government's rebuilding the economy and restoring the Territory lifestyle priorities through ensuring that as the Territory's largest employer, the NT Public Service has attractive employment conditions and workplaces. In 2024, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment settled the new Public Sector Educators Agreement 24 to 27, which came into effect in October 2025. In 2025, the Commissioner is negotiating 8 of the 13 enterprise bargaining agreements in the NTPS, with 5 of these negotiations currently in progress. These negotiations are guided by the parameters that have been set in the new NTPS Enterprise Bargaining Policy 2025-28, otherwise known as the Wages Policy, which I released to the public in February this year. The Wages Policy provides for the negotiations of fair wages and employment conditions with a total cost of up to 3% per annum. 3% per annum ensures costs arising from enterprise bargaining are fiscally responsible whilst protecting existing entitlements and maintaining a strong and sustainable public sector workforce. Any increase above this is to be funded by real, bankable productivity improvements and work practice reforms. We must be able to afford our wages and entitlements. While I cannot discuss specific negotiations in detail, I can say that to date, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment team have been working collaboratively with NT government agencies to negotiate in good faith with employee representatives and unions. Considering the many claims put forward and working to put competitive offers forward to employee considerations ahead of the expiry of agreements. For example, 15 meetings have been held with the NT Police Association to consider the detail of a new police consent agreement. Our existing remuneration package for the approximately 1,720 members of our police force covered by the consent agreement is very competitive when we look nationally, especially when we factor in the housing entitlements. We do recognise that our police do very important work and are looking at ways we can enhance the existing remuneration and entitlements and gain agreement to a package that provides attractive conditions and is affordable. We will continue to work with the NTPA to achieve this. In the NTPS General Enterprise Agreement negotiations, we are bargaining with 10 unions to consider what improvements can be made for the approximately 14,000 employees in the administrative, professional, technical and physical classification streams. Employees covered by this agreement include a large range of our hardworking public servants, including our graduates and trainees, chief correctional officers, allied health professionals, frontline social workers, legal officers and accountants, scientists, park rangers and engineers. It will also, for the first time, cover the employees under the former Francis Bay Marine Port Facility Port Services Worker Agreement. There are excess of 250 claims being presented, all of which have been worked through individually with a view to considering what is best to form an offer that will ensure we remain competitive in the market for the skills and workforce we need to operate much of the public service. Bargaining is also continuing on the Jacana Enterprise Agreement, which covers approximately 80 employees of the Territory's largest electricity retailer. The Aboriginal Health Practitioners Enterprise Agreement is also being negotiated, seeking to ensure the agreement provides not only a competitive remuneration package, but conditions of employment that encourage growth of the profession. We want to attract, retain and encourage more employees into this really important role in our health service system. These negotiations supplement the already attractive conditions in the NTPS, including a range of contemporary leave and other entitlements. This includes access to leave for defence service, to address domestic, family and sexual violence matters, attend cultural or ceremonial commitments, and to undertake foster and kinship carer duties. There is also a strong commitment to supporting flexible working arrangements to enable public servants to balance their work and life commitments. There are many ways in which this can be achieved, including through access to recreation leave at half pay, special leave without pay, purchased additional leave, part-time work, flex time work, including for shift workers, as well as the option to work compressed or flexible working hours. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment also continues work to support employees in many other ways. Work has continued to move employees off short fixed-term contract arrangements to provide them ongoing employment. In the past year, an additional 1,273 Northern Territory public servants have been employed in permanent positions in the public service compared to the same time last year, providing certainty in employment and gain the associated benefits of this. Work has continued to attract and employ Aboriginal people in the public service, with an additional 175 Aboriginal employees working in the NTPS, including an additional 8 Aboriginal people in leadership roles compared to the same time last year. The total percentage of NTPS employees identifying as Aboriginal continues to increase and is now at 11.17% compared to 10.9% this time last year. We spoke about that earlier. We continue to offer Aboriginal employees with opportunities to undertake leadership programs, access mentoring and career coaching, and attend the highly regarded Aboriginal all-staff forums that provide important networking and connections for Aboriginal staff from across the NT. I attended the forum held in Alice Springs last year, where over 100 staff from as far afield as Kintore
Point of order.
and Tiwi Islands. I'm almost finished.
Well, that's good.
I am
Thank
almost
you.
finished. There's a lot
Thank you, Member for
to
Guyula.
get through.
Please continue.
100 staff from as far afield as Kintore and Tiwi Islands came together to talk about what was important to them and provide input into sector-wide work such as the cultural competence training framework and provide feedback on the Aboriginal employee career development strategy initiatives. And I'd like to say it was I attended with the Commissioner and it was a very worthwhile forum. In the 2024 997 NTPS employees were recognised for service milestones, having reached 10, 20, 30, 35 or 40 years of service, with 3 employees recognised at the Chief Minister's Award for Excellence for 50 years of service. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment is also responsible for building and growing employee capability across the public service workforce, including through the delivery of 9 core leadership development programs. These programs engage emerging and middle managers through to executive leadership and equip them with the knowledge and skills to provide strong and effective leadership in the NTPS. In this period, 374 employees have participated in the programs, which are funded by their agencies but facilitated through the OCPE. OCPE is continuing to work at improving employment opportunities for people with a disability, with the number of people identifying as having a disability increasing from 1.6 to 1.9 since the same time last year. A small gain, but an increase all the same. With YouthWorks, who is supporting a pilot program being facilitated through the Department of Corporate and Digital Development, through which 6 participants are encouraged in work programs in the NTPS. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment hosted 1 participant in this program and gained valuable insight from the participant, Aaron, about the experience of a visually impaired employee and ways that the workplace could be better equipped to support them. The OCPE has signed an agreement with Gen U, a job access service provider, who will assist the OCPE to develop a suite of training for employees and managers and support recruitment of people with a disability in the sector. We continue to look at ways to attract and recruit people with the NTPS. We've signed a $5,000 agreement with Soldier On, a not-for-profit organisation that supports current and former Australian Defence Force personnel to transition to civilian lives. Through this partnership, the OCPE will work to better understand how to attract and strengthen support for defence veterans, reservists and serving members' families who take up employment in the NTPS. Of course, enabling merit, equity and fairness in the NTPS recruitment is essential, and recent reports from the ICAC have particularly highlighted this. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment delivers merit selection training to the NTPS, and in the period between March to April 2025, a total of 1,030 NTPS employees have completed that training. The suite of materials available to support recruitment panels has been strengthened, with particular emphasis on documenting the declaration and management of conflicts of interest. The Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment has taken the role of Secretariat for the Honourable Acting Justice A.M. Blow, AO, who is undertaking the independent review of senior police recruitment processes conducted between August 23 and March 25. His Honour is working independently with the OCPE Employment, who are facilitating his access to the information he requires to undertake the review. There is no role for the Commissioner of Public Service in this review. In closing remarks, as you can see, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment, there'll be no need for you to ask any questions because I will have given you all the answers, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎. As you can see, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment is a small team with an extensive and important remit in the public service. Our government's focus is on keeping frontline services strong, police, healthcare workers, correction officers and teachers, while carefully managing growth in non-frontline areas to ensure resources go where they are needed most. We have not implemented recruitment freezes or staffing caps. CEOs are responsible for managing their staffing and expenditure within their allocated budgets and ensuring our frontline services are appropriately staffed and supported. We are committed to growing our own, investing in and supporting current and future leaders to implement positive changes in partnership with the community and stakeholders, and on ensuring people who come into the public service are supported and have opportunities for a meaningful career. We've seen growth in Aboriginal team teachers, apprentices and graduates, corrections, police and professionals, demonstrating the public sector is realigning to support our reducing crime and rebuilding the economy priorities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our valued public service who are working hard to deliver the very best for Territorians. And now, Member for 𝙍𝙬𝙍𝙎, I'm happy to take questions.
That was the longest, shortest speech ever.
Thank you,
I just
Minister.
thought that I would cover everything and then there's no need for you to ask questions.
Still got questions.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the statement? Member for Member for Arnhem.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the Commissioner and all of the staff. I know it's a fun time to be doing the last session of the day. Minister, of the 18 CEOs that you mentioned in your opening statement, how many have you sacked and how many have been forced to resign?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Of the 18 appointments made by the Chief Minister, 2 have separated from the public service, Michael Murphy and Emma White.
Member for Arafura, is there any further questions?
Is that it? No, 2 have resigned. You said 2 have separated. I don't believe she's finished her question, Chair, because I can think of at least 6 that aren't CEOs anymore.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say Arafura. I meant Arnhem.
No, that's all right. I knew you were talking about me.
So of those 18 agencies, since we have come to government, there have only been 2 separations, given that one is Michael Murphy and one is Emma White.
Thank you, Minister. What about the former CEO of Health and the former CEO of Education? Would you call them separations, sackings, made redundant and then replaced? What wording would you use?
So the previous CE of Education. Those changes were made by the Chief Minister in coming into government. So that was a separation. And what was the... and there are two former CEOs that are redeployed to other roles, Marco Breseno and also Craig Graham, who are both redeployed to NTPS.
Thank you, Minister. I believe that would make your total more than 2 separated then. Can I confirm it's 3 separated, 1 redeploy? Because
Leader of the Opposition, your original question was about the 18 agencies, and out of the 18 agencies, specifically, there was only 2, which was Michael Murphy and Emma White. The others were prior to that.
So the 18 CEOs, you're saying there were only 3 separations?
So to be specific, Leader of the Opposition, there are 12 CEO appointments instruments revoked. 1 was due to termination of commission, 2 due to separation, contract cessation, 3 due to retirement, 2 due to resignation, 2 due to end of appointment term, and 2 redeployed to other senior executive roles in the NTPS. But noting that of the 18, only 2 were the ones that I spoke about first, Michael Murphy and Emma White. Then they weren't, as I just said to you then. So, for example, Ken Davies, who was Chief Minister in Cabinet, retired. And there were some other retirements there as well. But there were some changes that the Chief Minister did before, when we came to government.
Thank you, Minister. When the CLP was in opposition, you repeatedly claimed that you had police officers back. Under your watch, Minister, does a 3.37% pay rise remain competitive compared to other jurisdictions in the country? And does it keep our police at a fair and rewarding offer with the EBA when they are risking their lives every day on the front line?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. So the NTPA is in negotiations at the moment. As I said in the opening statement, there's been 15 meetings. They're all held by the Commissioner, not myself. These negotiations commenced on the 3rd of February and they are done in good faith. It's been disappointing that the NTPA President has resorted to name-calling of myself, apart from this, because obviously we do absolutely value the police and the role that they do each and every day, out defending us as Territorians. This is an active bargaining process at the moment. And the NTPA, this is, let me just find my, the negotiations continue in good faith, and it is a 4%, 3.5%, 3%, 3% negotiation over 4 years. And given that the CPI is 2.5 at the moment, the previous negotiations under the previous agreement were 3, 3 and 3 with a CPI of 7%. So this is actually real wages growth as opposed to the one before. Negotiations are still ongoing and they, as I said, are done in good faith with the Commissioner. So, they are to be hopefully finished up by 30th of June? Or hoping to get some kind of agreement or put to a vote by the 30th of June.
Thank you, Minister. Through the Chair, as the responsible Minister, are you competent to lead these negotiations for the police consent agreement when the police association has clearly lost faith in your ability?
I would say to that the Commissioner continues to have conversations with the NTPA. You know, if they are not happy with as I said, negotiations are still ongoing, but there is a lot more, you know, water to go under the bridge, so to speak, with the negotiations, and they, you know, there's still bargaining tools that we can use in those negotiations, and they can put something forward, but so far they haven't actually brought anything to the table. And, you know, they haven't put their offer, there's been 2 offers put to them, and they haven't put that to their people either.
Thank you, Minister. Through the Chair. Minister, when the Deputy Chief Minister, Gerard Maley, publicly thanked Mr Andrew Kirkman for his concluded service on the 17th of April this year, 2025, was he deliberately misleading Territorians, as Mr Kirkman, we uncovered on Thursday, was still being paid as a CEO?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Andrew Kirkman, as negotiations happen, 6 months out from contract renewals, conversations are had, and the conversations were around Andrew Kirkman had been advised that his contract will not be renewed when it expires in August, and that he continues to be employed in the NTPS, and I understand that he's been on leave. And an acting CEO has been appointed pending recruitment to the role, which is underway.
Thank you, Minister. And through the Chair, Minister, can you confirm those negotiations occurred in February, which would be a 6-month lead-in to that time, or did they occur after?
Those negotiations happened in April.
So outside of the 6-month scope?
Those negotiations happened within the scope of the timeframe for that contract, and as I've said, he was advised his contract was not to be renewed, and he is on leave.
Thank you, Minister. Through the Chair, I know estimates is all about numbers, but if you're counting April, May, June, July, August, that's 5 months, not a 6 months lead-in time as required by a CEO contract if it's not going to be renewed. So has the Solicitor General been asked by the CLP government to prepare advice concerning the finalisation of Mr Kirkman's employment?
I think I've answered the question, Chair.
Thank you. Through the Chair, I asked a new question, Madam Chair, around Solicitor General advice, and has it been requested to be prepared in regards to Mr Kirkman's employment?
That hasn't happened by our office, no.
Thank you, Minister. And through the Chair, has the Solicitor General been asked by the CLP government to prepare advice concerning the finalisation of former Commissioner Mr Murphy and his employment contract? As you've said, he has been separated.
As the former Commissioner, Michael Murphy, I was not involved in that matter, and nor should I be. So it's a matter for the relevant minister. However, there'll be no comments provided in relation to individual employment matters, and that sits with the police.
Thank you, Minister. And Madam Chair, when asked to the Police Minister, the Chief Minister, Leah Finocchiaro, and the Acting Police Commissioner last week on Tuesday, they both reiterated that the responsibility would sit with DCDD. So I'm just double checking that we don't miss our run with OCPE, that there's nothing further to add in regards to the cost of that particular separation with Mr Murphy.
No, there's not. And as I wasn't involved in that matter, I don't have anything further to say on it.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, why is the CLP government gutting worker protections by scrapping the redeployment register and ripping out the requirements to consult staff before changing their terms? Or is it just because it's easier to sack people that way through the machinery of government changes?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. So as part of the enterprise agreement negotiations for the general agreement, it's been proposed to remove the extra 2-year period that was only inserted in the NTPS 21-25 enterprise agreement, which is about to change. The changes made to the clause are not about setting up programs to cut public sector jobs, as you stated, and there is no intention to apply staffing caps to the public service. And our government is committed to a strong, capable public service. So those proposed changes do not remove the right for NTPS employees who are declared potentially surplus to be redeployed within the broader public service.
Thank you, Minister. Your government has repeatedly promised that there would be no public service cuts, and we've asked many questions of you, obviously, in Parliament. Minister, given that you are now dismantling the redeployment safety net, was that just a CLP election lie to get you through?
Member for Arafura, I'll just ask that you don't, sorry, I don't know if it's in my head now. Just ask that you don't have to throw that extra line in. You're actually inferring things at the last bit of your comments. Ask your question, you don't have to throw the extra line in.
So the premise of the question was that we are cutting public servants, which is not true. And I did, explain that in that previous answer. And as I said, potentially the surplus employees will continue to be managed in accordance with the process outlined under the Employment Instruction 14, redeployment and redundancy procedures. They will continue to be placed on the OCP redeployment register. And noting that there is only one person on that register at the moment, and they'll be provided with priority consideration, preferential treatment and training when being considered for jobs within the NTPS, as has always been the case.
Thank you. And Minister, can you confirm your government will commit to the redeployment register post the 2021-25 EBA for public servants to have the job safety net there?
Yes.
Thank you. And Minister, what does $20 million worth of cuts to OCP look like, given it is a small budget, though a very robust and important team and part of government?
So given that OCP is an arm of the Chief Minister's office, they only get a proportion of that funding. If you want anything specific, we would need to take that on notice. But there are no cuts.
Member for Arnhem. Sorry, I've lost it now. Please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given that OCP is a small budget but a very important part of government, what does the $20 million off the budget being cut look like for that agency?
I do.
Oh, my microphone was off. The question asked by the member for Arnhem of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.6.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given that you've just committed to keeping the redeployment register for the next negotiations, will you guarantee that in writing and that not a single superannuation or unattached worker will lose their public service job under your watch?
In short, yes.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing that in writing, Minister. Through the Chair, on the 10th of February in the year ahead speech delivered by Chief Minister Leah Finocchiaro, there was a promise, the Chief Minister herself promised a cap on non-frontline roles, but OCPE say that they've received no such directive. Who should we believe, you or the Chief Minister?
So there's been no direction for that to happen, but all CEOs manage their budget and their staffing under their in their departments.
Thank you, Minister. Let's hope that's correct and that the Chief Minister has not gone out and done something that is not now being actioned by government. Minister, are the changes to employment instructions around redeployment and redundancies already being planned behind closed doors, or is that leaving up to each agency to cut their own staff?
Are you asking me for an opinion on that? Because I feel like that's not appropriate.
Just asking you a question.
Just specifically, again, Chair, through to the Minister, are the changes to employment instructions around redeployment and redundancies, you spoke about redundancies earlier, already being planned?
No, there's no plans behind closed doors.
Thank you. That is excellent news to hear. Minister, can you tell us here today and Territorians that no chief executives, OCPE officials or ministers have discussed cutting the number of supernumeraries or unattached workers, or will this be another broken promise about the public service?
Again, Member for Arnhem, no need to throw the extra line that's imputing an insult at the end.
But it's true.
Promise not to cut anybody. I want to make sure.
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. And I do note the undertone in your questioning. It's very late in the evening and will be done soon, so you'll be able to go home and go to bed. Agencies are continuing to settle their workforce arrangements post the machinery government changes, and this has to be considered in the context of this data. Whilst it's ideal that all employees would be held against a position number in the NTPS, employees may be held as unattached or supernumerary offers for a variety of reasons. For example, the employee has taken an extended period of leave or temporary transfer, promotion, backfilling arrangements, job sharing arrangements, emergency response roles, job evaluations resulting in a different level. The position or business unit is undergoing a realignment resulting in roles being re-evaluated on the number of roles being reduced. Administrative or system delays or casual employees, graduates, new recruits, apprentices and trainees are held as supernumerary.
Yep.
So being unattached or held supernumerary does not mean an employee becomes a redeployee.
Thank you, Minister. Is that the end of your response?
Do you want me to continue? I can continue going on if you
I
like.
have lots of questions, so I just want to make sure I'm not cutting in, otherwise I'll get told off again for being rude when I'm trying to ask questions.
Member for Arnhem, have you got another question?
I certainly do. Thank you. That's why I was checking if the Minister was done, because last time she had a big pause and then you said, was there an answer to it? She hadn't given me the answer. Okay, thank you, Chair. Minister, are firefighters required to undertake training during their overtime hours?
We don't hold that information. That would be a question for the Commissioner for Fire.
Thank you, Minister. How much has the fire service been spending per month on overtime? What actions are being taken by OCPE to reduce this burden on staff to ensure that the NT Fire and Emergency Services can stay within their budget?
The Commissioner for Fire Services manages that budget, and we don't have that information.
Thank you, Minister. How many workers are currently on leave due to injury or workers' compensation claims in the NT Fire Service?
Again, Leader of the Opposition, they're all specific to the agency, and you would need to ask the Commissioner of Fire Services.
Thank you, Minister. Is this to confirm that OCPE doesn't hold any records in regards to injured or those workers who are on compensation claims at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. Minister, how many firefighters resigned or retired last year, and what were the key reasons that they exited?
Again, for the fourth time, Leader of the Opposition, that's all for the agency. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought they were public servants, but that's okay. Minister, through the chair, do executives in the NT, this you I understand OCPE looks after executive contracts, is that correct? Yes, thank you. Well, I'll ask this then. Minister, do executives in the NT Fire and Emergency Service receive incentives to purchase footwear other than PPE?
We can take that on notice if you like, but it does not, you're better off to ask the agency, but we can take it on notice if you like.
Yes, please.
Member for Arnhem, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, do executives in the NT Fire and Emergency Service receive incentives to purchase footwear other than personal protective equipment or PPE?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do.
The question asked by the member for Arnhem of the Minister has been allocated the number 6.7.
Thank you. And Chair, further to that, this one will also be on notice perhaps. Minister, is it within the rules for an executive within the NT Fire and Emergency Services to purchase $600 R&M William boots?
Again, the OCPE sets the terms and conditions, but anything to do with what you're asking is to the department, that specific department.
Don't you manage their contract?
But if they're executive contracts.
Yeah, it would not be part of the broader executive contract terms and conditions.
So they would just be making it up within their department. Is that what you're saying? Without any checks and balances?
I will just hand you to the Commissioner so she can give you a little bit more detail on that.
Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. Nicole Herwood, Commissioner for Public Employment. So the Commissioner for Public Employment sets the terms and conditions for executive contract officers in the broadest sense, so their employment terms and conditions. I think what you're referring to is specific to work health and safety provisions specific to the fire service, and they would have policies about what they can access and what they would reimburse through their agency in relation to their own protective wear for their fire work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, to the Minister, will the CLP government commit to reviewing the Public Sector Employment Management Act to address the community concerns around the politicisation of appointments, transparency and integrity when it comes to the hiring of senior public servants?
At this time, there is no nothing in the future to review the PSEMA in the legislative timeframe.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I thought that might be an area of interest for the new government. Through the Chair, Minister, can you guarantee that all senior appointments under the CLP's government term will meet the merit principles required or expected by the community?
I'll just hand to the Commissioner to give you some detail on that.
Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. Nicole Herwood, Commissioner for Public Employment. The merit selection processes are generally the way that it is required under the Act for merit selection to be applied to all appointments to the public service. There are some exceptions when ministers or the Chief Minister under their acts have discretion to appoint an officer, so that may be taken up from one occasion, as was done at the change of government by the Chief Minister in appointing the Chief Executives.
Sorry to interrupt. The time is now 9:30, meaning that we have concluded for the night. So that concludes consideration of outpoint 6.4 and all the output groups relating to the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Minister for appearing before the committee today and the agencies and officers staff that provided advice. Minister, do you have any closing remarks?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the department for all of the hard work that they do to put into getting everything ready for the estimates process, and thank the opposition and crossbench for their questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes estimates hearings for today. Hearings will recommence at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Tuesday the 17th of June 2025, with questions for the Minister for Health. Thank you.